Ready to go.
Thank you. Today is Monday, March 15th, 2021, and we will call this meeting to order at 5:33 p.m. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Nation under God, justice for all.
Any member introductions? We'll start with Ms. Avery and go from there.
Bobby Avery, Chief Administrative Officer.
Karen Paquette, Assistant Superintendent.
Damon, Ward 1.
Elder Physical Ward 2.
Kiernan Maduris Collins, Ward 3.
Jake Lang, Superintendent.
Megan Parks at large.
Sandy Whitlow, Ward 4. Linnea Hopkins, Ward 5.
Ron Fiveman, Ward 6.
Paul Vogelon, Ward 7.
Alicia Ray, City Council Representative.
Thank you. Agenda item number 3 is the COVID-19 update.
Quick update this evening. It hasn't been that long since we last met. Looking at convening the group to look at the guidelines and how to add more in-person time when that becomes permissible. And vaccines last Saturday, actually in this space, went well. It's around 500 staff from Androscoggin County were vaccinated here at the Connors Building. It was a really good effort. A lot of people were involved. I want to put a big thank you up there to the folks at St. Mary's who worked with us, our nurses, facility staff, Karen, Director Callahan was over there, volunteers that day. Green Ladle made some bag lunches so people could have that. Overall, good effort from everybody that came in from LPS and from St. Mary's to help out. Also some community members. So a big thank you to them. We're making strides. We're getting closer. Numbers in district are still pretty good, or tapering, I should say. We have had a handful of new exposures, but they have all been out of quarantine situations where it's the student who was quarantined with family and no impacts on school. And so we're hopeful we stay on that trend.
Any questions? Ms. Bridgers-Holmes?
Do you have any sense yet what portion of our staff has already been vaccinated or rather has gotten the first shot if they're getting a 2-shot vaccine?
I don't have a specific number. A number of staff have gone to get the vaccine on their own since the education piece opened up with pharmacies. We do see and anticipate further vaccination opportunities as the Auburn site's coming online this week at the Auburn Mall, which will have slots dedicated to educators. And I know that last weekend I could probably get you the specific number, but we were close to 200 staff that were vaccinated at this site for Lewiston Public School staff. So that was a big plus. Good day.
I know that at one point a follow-up email was sent out that lowered the age.
Yeah.
But did all of the available vaccines end up being used?
So they had mixed 500 for the day, and we used all of the mixed doses, so that was good. Anything non-mixed, they can still rotate through for others to use after, as long as it's maintained, and it was. So there was no wasting of any doses, which was a plus. I do think we could have gotten more people through, but it's really happened quickly. And I don't. This is to no one's fault, but if you can get one at Walgreens, you go. And then, so when we look at the numbers of people that were 60 plus, 55 plus, and then at other options, towards the end of the day, we really opened it up in the afternoon to go down to 50. And then towards the very end of the day, it was, do you have any staff nearby? Do you have any, things of that nature? So we made sure all those doses got used. Karen really helped facilitate that messaging. And I think it got put up on the LEA site so they could share with their members. So we didn't waste any doses, but I still think I know we had capacity to do a little more, but the rules have changed so quickly and we had some people sign up, but then we got a vaccine elsewhere. And they were trying to let us know they couldn't make it to their appointment, but it went well overall. No wasted doses. I would have liked to have known in a more coordinated way just how many or how far down in age we could have reached. We had a lot of staff saying, boy, I just missed the cut. I really would have liked to have gotten in. And all we could do was follow the rules that the hospital has to follow. So when they opened it up to 55 plus Friday or late Thursday, we were surprised because they told us all week, no chance. And then in the afternoon, Saturday, they opened up to 50, really, and then whoever else was around as long as there was doses.
Mr. Madris.
And do we have another vaccination clinic scheduled?
So we worked with not just St. Mary's, but also other medical institutions in the area, that the group of people that came through, there will be a plan for them to get their second dose. We asked those questions up front, and they said that, yes, we will take care of that, whether it's here or another throughput site in the immediate area, they'll get their second dose. We've also met with members from B Street CCS, and they're looking at potentially using the Longley building, cafeteria and/or gym, depending on the size of their throughput doses. And so we're trying to coordinate with them so they can do a vaccination clinic in the downtown area, so people can have easy access to that without too much travel. We don't have dates on that yet, but we've committed the same kinds of things that we did for last weekend's vaccine. And once we have dates, we should be able to coordinate and make sure that the building's open and someone's on site, we can help where we can.
Any other questions? Agenda item number 4 would be a report from our student representatives.
And both our student representatives, unfortunately, were not available tonight. I'm sure that they'll be coming with an update to us soon.
Number 5, consent agenda. Are there any items that members of the committee would like to set aside on the consent agenda? Mr. Madris.
The minutes for March 8th.
Seeing no other items, other than the set aside items, the consent agenda is adopted. You can go ahead, Karen.
Yep, the vote number 3 on the March 8th minutes is out of our usual style, which usually lists the votes for a motion followed by the votes against a motion. And in this case, we've swapped the numbers. The names are accurate and would line up. It's just a question of changing 5-4 to 4-5 because the amendment failed 4 to 5. And I would make a motion that we accept the minutes with that change. Is there a second?
Yeah, second.
Superintendent Lewis, I sent you an email about this and I was half wrong in it. So what Mr. Majors or Member Majors Collins just said is accurate. Disregard the email I sent about that.
Thank you. Sorry.
5. You're up first. Oh, really?
Yes.
6, 7.
Yes.
City council.
Yes.
Yes. Ward 1,
Yes.
2,
Yes.
3,
Yes.
4. Yes. Thank you. Agenda. Agenda item number 6, public input. Members of the public may address the school committee for up to 3 minutes on non-agenda items now or on agenda items later. Comments that pertain to staff, personal matters, or a student issue should be directed to the superintendent or the appropriate staff member of Lewiston Public Schools. Public comment shall be directed to the school committee and be brief, not repetitive, and related to the matter at hand. Before starting, please state your name, address, and/or affiliation with Lewiston Public Schools. Are there any members of the public who would like to speak? Any of the online attendees? Seeing none. Agenda item number 7, to receive an update and possibly vote on information regarding substitute pay.
Yeah, so a few meetings ago, substitute pay was brought up as a topic of conversation, and then it was directed to the finance committee to take a look at some of the cost breakdowns of that. There's a spreadsheet that we shared with you to show you some of those costs and some of the numbers in and around that. I don't know if Member Poppy wants to share anything from the finance committee next to our conversation about those.
Yeah, generally we took a look at the impact of
where we're at, and if anything were to change, where would we fit in area-wise, and what would be the impact to our total payroll structure across the board? And one thing that was, as far as the committee as a whole goes, we were split. Both sides could be seen. Particularly, the point I made was, what if we were to raise anything? We're already structurally coming into the bottom area of the ed tech payroll line with subs. And if we did more, we kind of knocked that. There is no balance to start with, but we knock it even further out of balance and so forth. And then the other side of the coin, Paul had, I'll let Paul speak for his side of the story. But it was basically, he agreed that, given where the wages are right now, that's not. So, as far as we could see that it needed a bigger discussion, we brought back and hammered out. So, I mean, I have my own personal views that I'll reflect on in a second, but just from the subcommittee's point of view, that we thought fiscally there was a reason not to do it, and then there was a viewpoint that we should attempt to do it. So we had both views represented.
One thing we could see from the data set was that by comparison, and I know there may be different perspectives, but by comparison to other districts in our area, we do have a competitive rate. We are higher than some, and we are right on with others, so, as far as the numbers are concerned.
Which are removed, I'm still vacillating on it. My gut says one thing and the pay structure says something else. I'm not uncomfortable with the issue of not increasing, but also have some discomfort with increasing. And I have rectified that for myself.
Mr. Majeres-Collins.
Yeah, I appreciate the finance subcommittee taking a look at this and considering this proposal. I raised it earlier this year. And so for the purposes of discussion and also to hone the committee's focus in on what I think that we should do, I would make a motion to raise substitute teacher pay to $110 a day and substitute ed tech pay to $105 a day. And if there's a second on that, then I'm happy to go into my explanation.
Second.
So in my view, everyone who works for Lewiston Public Schools should make at least $15 an hour. And this proposal would move our substitutes to that place. They work 7 hours a day, which is $105 at $15 an hour. There was a request from the folks in administration to maintain some separation between what we pay substitute teachers and substitute ed techs to incentivize folks to take substitute teacher assignments. Hence the $5 that Member Ray suggested in terms of a differential between substitute teacher and substitute ed tech. But I would note for folks that while Member Potvin is right about how this bumps up into the ed tech scale, there are a couple of important points to consider. Number one, ed techs gain access to benefits that substitute teachers don't get. Number two, ed techs are covered by contract and represented by like bargaining unit that has the capacity to bargain for higher rates, and I would encourage that in the next round. Number three, ed techs have built-in step raises. As they gain seniority in the system, they earn raises, and that's good, and it's right, and I support it. But it's not something that substitutes have access to. So even if we were to change the pay scale to be what I'm proposing, nobody would have an economic incentive to be a substitute teacher instead of an ed tech if that was the choice being made. I think that the folks who we rely on every day to keep our school doors open and to take care of our students deserve to be paid a fair and decent wage. And to my mind, that is at least $15 an hour, and that's why I'm putting forward the proposal that I've got tonight.
Can we come up with a projected cost for this? I think that was mentioned in one of the earlier sessions. Ms. Majerus Collins' proposal would be the cost for the next school year. Anticipated.
Bobby's working on numbers right now.
I am not prepared to give you that number this evening. I would need to crunch numbers. I didn't know that this proposal was coming. I would have had that prepared. I'm so sorry. I can get that for you for Wednesday.
Mr. Poppin.
So besides taking a look, the subcommittee, I kind of took it upon myself. It was time to visit Montello. And I've talked to a few other people I know in the district who are subs. And I wanted to get a viewpoint and understanding of where they're at and what the job meant and what they do, et cetera, so on. And there was a couple of things that stood out to me, and that was one, substitute structure is separated in two, where we have your basic show up each day as needed substitute, and you have your building substitutes. When asked, the people that I talked to, when asked, pay wasn't an issue. It was flexibility of schedule that they wanted, because they only worked part-time. So, and the ones that were working full-time are building subs that are very committed, and as you can see, are paid significant, and so significantly that they're paid better than some ed techs. And asking what the subs would want, they wanted more opportunities to become building subs, and they wanted educational opportunities. They're more interested in tuition assistance than they were with pay. The building subs it was a fascinating discussion, because my fears came true in that they weren't interested in moving up into the ed tech positions. I said, why not? Because we would be taking a cut in pay. Why would we? So it was like, ooh, that kind of like stings. Yeah, but they did say they were interested in further educating opportunities, paid classes, et cetera, that they could maybe get some of that back, and move on. But the pay difference made a big discussion in terms of if they were to move up, and they'd have to take a significant cut in pay. If you take a look at your chart of what your ed techs on grade level 1 are making and what the building subs are making, it's significant. With that being said, I didn't hear any concern to need to change this. The concern I did hear was from the ed techs themselves. And I feel that there's no reason to change it at this point for several reasons. One, we're going into a negotiating period where the ed tech salaries will be part of the negotiation. I would like them to be addressed in terms of their bottom line of where they're at before we start taking a look at sub pay, which, really, again, they come to work, they're dedicated individuals, especially the building sub people. I got to tell you, they connect really well with the students that they serve at their buildings. I was very impressed with. And that I want to give a negotiation opportunity to set some different rates. Once we have our collective bargaining groups in play, then I think it would be appropriate to take up sub pay. The building sub pay is well above the 15 that you speak of, that Member Collins speaks of. And that the lower rate for the come each day substitute, it's a part-time job. And there wasn't anything out there that really reflected that we needed to go beyond $14 an hour for a part-time job with no credentialing. Keep in mind that they don't carry anything in particular to do this. I mean, they're committed in doing what they do, but it's significant. And then bottom line, this is not the year to take something that's a question mark up. I firmly believe after we talk more about the budget tonight, we might start having a conversation of what positions we need to take a look at. And I just don't see the credibility of using this year as an ability to raise that more money to address something that I can't find anything to address. They're more interested in benefits than they are with pay and the opportunities. So that's what I found out, and I know how I feel about it. That's how I'll be voting. Keep it the same.
Question was asked about what does that cost the district? So this is extremely rough math. I see sub lists that are typically 60, 70 on a regular basis as a low, and as high as just over 100 on any given day. So depending on the fill rate and whatnot, I'm creating an average just from what I see, not an actual average, of about 80 subs a day. If at $5 a piece per hour, 7 hours in the day, that'd be $2,800. We have 175 days of school a year. And so that would be about $500,000 to raise that sub payout.
But wait, it's not going up $5 per hour, it's going up $5 per day.
Per day, okay. Let's do quick math again.
Okay.
But the ed tech one, the motion was to go up $15 a day to 105 from 90.
Oh,
And the 100,
Teachers would go 10.
it would go up $10.
$10. So,
So call it 12 and a half. Just assume that it's 50
12 and a half
per day.
per day. So 80 people per day. It's 175 days of school. So that is $175,000
Per school year.
per year.
Is
That's
that
Sorry, what was the amount again?
$175,000.
That's right.
Thank you. So I did want to ask, it seems relevant to this conversation, if there's a plan to replace the HR recruiter / sub coordinator position as it becomes vacant at the end of March.
Yes, there is. We're in conversation about that. It's a big loss and it's a surprise to all of us, but we are looking at that and trying to figure out what we're going to do.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. I think my reason for supporting this motion going forward is that we are not in line with our neighbors across the river where two of our school committee members work. And I think, we talk about all the time, all the special education needs of Lewiston, how they're different, all of the ELL needs of Lewiston and how they're different from surrounding districts. And I think a lot of times we are depending on these subs to open the doors to our schools. And I think it's due to them that we are able to operate, especially throughout COVID. I did hear from some folks via email about their positions, and one even raised that Lewiston Public Works advertises for entry-level workers with high school degrees or GED equivalents starting at $17 an hour. So that sounds a lot easier than substitute teaching. Not that I know much about that public works position, but I think it's fair to bring this more in line and slightly outpacing our neighbors across the river. I think we ask a lot of the folks and the adults who enter our buildings every day, and I think this would be an appropriate way to compensate them.
Mr. Wilbon?
I can't personally validate this, but teaching in 11, I've asked, we have trouble getting subs. But we're relying on our ed techs to cover substitute teaching positions, which is another situation. I talked to some of the subs and asked why we're so short. They say that the pay is better than Lewiston. I can't personally validate that, but that's what they tell me.
We don't have the pay for Auburn subs on here.
I can provide it.
Comparison tab at the bottom of the spreadsheet.
Oh, I didn't look at those tabs down at the bottom. I'm on the comparison tab, yeah. It lists Auburn's certified and non-certified teachers, but it doesn't list Auburn subs.
So that's what it is.
I believe that's what it
They have
is.
a different rate for certified versus not certified subs.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Mr. Collins. Sorry, I'll think that's you after.
So I just want to emphasize for folks in the committee that there are people who are working 5 days a week as daily subs in our district. And they are relying on that as their job, as their form of income. I would also point out that we have a chronic problem in filling our sub vacancies. And when we don't fill sub vacancies, what that means, as Member Bogon mentioned, is that ed techs get pulled to cover classrooms. You can't leave a classroom of fourth graders with no teacher. So where do those ed techs come from? They come from other programs and other things that we need them doing, that we've made a decision to have an ed tech to provide help for a kid with an IEP, or to supervise something, or to be an extra pair of eyes in a lunchroom, or any number of those things, and they just go undone on that day because we didn't have a sub. And so we had to pull an ed tech to be a teacher, and we didn't have an ed tech. And so if this committee is concerned about issues of equity for kids with special needs, if this committee is concerned with making sure that the programs that we're funding function as intended, it's important that we have a subpay that is going to allow us to fill those sub vacancies and let the folks who are in the buildings as full-time, salaried, covered, contracted employees do the jobs that they've actually been hired for. And right now that's not happening. And you know, I think that Lewiston does a great job on compensation for building subs. Right now during this pandemic, we've done a really good job with that, and that's excellent. But that's not an option for everyone. There are a limited number of positions. And I know that there are folks who are working full time and who are working at these sub rates. So I would really encourage everybody to support this in you know, as a way of giving hardworking people who show up every day for our kids a much needed raise.
Ms. Whitlow.
Yeah, I mean, I respect Mr. Majerus Collins's stance here, and I see what he's trying to do, and I appreciate that. I also want to align my thoughts with Mr. Potvins that the negotiations team will be working on a lot of contracts over the next year, and we need to let those contracts guide some of these increases later down the road. What is the minimum wage right now, Bobby? Is it 12?
12.15.
12.15, okay. So we know that a lot has changed with minimum wage over the last like 3 years since these contracts were initially done previously. So I think that we really need to let the negotiated contracts speak for itself, and then let these things follow. But can you remind me, Bobby, of what like a minimum, like first year ed tech with no experience currently would be making?
Yes, so you actually have that in your sub analysis. If you look at the comparison summary all the way at the bottom, you'll see that step 0 for an ed tech 1 is $14.13. An ed tech 2 at step 0 is $15.22. And an ed tech 3 at step 0 is $15.69.
Perfect. So that's perfect. That's exactly what I needed to know, because if we were to up the pay for the substitute ed techs, I'm not sure, maybe a lot of the contracted ed techs would probably want to go to substitutes because they might be making more. So we need to be really careful about how we're playing that.
I just had a quick question. It says that this is based on 7 hours per day. Are all of the substitutes working 7 hours per day with our current school schedule? They are, okay. Mr. Majerus.
Yeah, I just wanted to hone in on the issue of the contracts that Member Whitlow raised. And I would note that Ed Tech 2s and Ed Tech 3s, starting with no experience and no prior experience for the district, are both at a higher rate. Now, the Ed Tech 1s are lower. There's three important things to keep in mind here. Number one, ed techs who are covered by a contract have access to additional benefits that are not available to subs. Number two, ed techs who are covered by a contract get automatic pay increases as they go year to year to year in the position. And number three, and this is a question for the superintendent, but my understanding is we have almost no ed tech ones in our district anymore. Is that right?
Correct, very few.
So it's not a particularly relevant position for consideration anyways, because we're hardly hiring any of them because it's just not what we're doing.
Ms. Wright?
Thank you. I'm sorry. So I'm seeing here that the EdTech 1 Step 0 annual salary is $17,408 and some change. What is the total compensation package that we traditionally budget for EdTechs?
So for any new, so anybody that's in the system right now, I budget exactly for what we need. So as an example, if they take family coverage, then I budget for family for health insurance, but any new position, I budget at a single rate. And then of course, all of the benefits, the fringe that comes along with the salary. And right now that single rate, of course, we have an increase in the insurance cost is around $9,100.
In addition to the salary compensation.
That's
so
right.
Total compensation for an ed tech, if you're putting them in the budget as new, would be $26,000.
So
right?
I don't remember what number you threw up for salary, but then you're going to want to add on top of that their main state retirement, because they are main state 2s and 3s are main state retirement driven, and then any fringe on top of that. So I think it's fair to say with everything all in, we're looking at probably 32,000.
Okay, great. I know we've talked through this budget period, a couple teachers at 52K. I don't think we had talked about ed techs at a certain level, but knowing it's around 30 for total compensation, I think helps inform the discussion about substitutes.
One thing I do want to say for transparency's sake, in this budget, I have put in $22,000 for starting salary for ed techs. So I didn't go at the top end and didn't quite go at the bottom end. I stayed right around the 22,000 mark. And then on top of that, any type of fringe.
Okay, so it still is
yes
going to work out. Hourly compensation is more than the subs. Okay, great, thanks.
I think one of the things that haven't been brought up is this. I don't think raising the pay will necessarily bring in more substitutes. And this is not all schools and this is not all people. But the reality is there's people out there that frankly don't want to work with our school system because we have a reputation of having a tough around the edge kids. So a lot of people don't want to cross over and come work for our school system. Another thing is so we've driven off some substitutes as well. And again, this is not all schools, but conditions for a sub have not always been ideal. If you get an assignment, you go to a school, now you're getting pushed around to an assignment that you didn't want. And again, not all schools, but again, you get there and substitutes aren't welcome as they probably should. And that takes a lot of place in our schools, and that's just the harsh reality of it. And then part of it too is, you mentioned that ed techs get pulled from special ed and stuff. And the reality is that if there's a music class that needs a substitute for, or a gym class, or even a guidance class, that teachers have their meeting time during those periods. So those positions are gonna get filled so teachers can have their, planning time. So, I'm gonna vote no just because I don't think it's gonna pull in more subs, the better. I think if we start having a reputation around 50-mile radius that we're a great school department to work for as a substitute, then I think that we'll get more subs that way. That's more quality than quantity.
I'll just say I worked as a substitute in Auburn for about 4 months. And the other folks who were working in that job that I got to know, I have every certainty that the prospect of earning, 25 or 50 more dollars a week working in Lewiston, they would have jumped at it. That may be the case for somebody who was a retired teacher who wants to come in every now and then, but there's a core contingent of substitutes who work in all these districts and are working full time. And And when you're making as little money as these positions do, small increases make a huge difference. I'm not saying that it would solve every problem to raise the pay, but I think that if we were able to offer a rate that was better than what was offered across the river, that a lot of the folks that I spent time working with over there would be working here.
Any other discussion?
Yeah. I just, I'm looking at the graph and the thing that stands out to me is in comparison to the other districts, I don't see where we're not equal. We're either equal or we're above the average. The only thing is the substitute ed tech. And I guess I would, Jake, do you have the breakdown? You said 80 positions roughly a day. That's not counting building subs, right?
It does. They're on that same list.
So you take the building subs out of that 80. The remainder of that, what's the breakdown? How many teachers as opposed to ed tech subs? Is it 50-50 or?
I would actually, without having a data set that I can really scratch the surface on, I would say there's more teachers on that list than ed techs.
Yeah.
Day to day. But I think that's largely part because there are more teachers than there are ed techs in the district. But I would assume that there are more teachers on a day-to-day basis.
And I mean, I'm looking, like Auburn, for instance, they have the breakdown between being certified, non-certified. And, and I think when you take a look at the substitute teacher pay, it's there. It's average, it's right connected, same. And that actually they're the same as non-certified teachers, ed techs in Auburn. So, for us to take a look at the people who are just showing up day by day, filling in a day here, filling in a day there, part-time, for us to want to, bump them up while there's already a conflict with some of our pay scales. I can't see it. I think for the people who do the bulk of the work for our system, our teacher, the sub teachers and the building subs, we're more than adequate. We're either adequate or more than adequate. And I think the rest is like, Mr. Physics said, I'm not sure it makes a difference with the other set. And I think they get what they want. They have freedom. They get, choice. They take days off when they want. And, if they come back and they use this experience to better themselves and education to get into something different. So I just don't think this is the place where we should use people with funnel them in. And I don't see the commitment level at that level. So.
Further discussion? Ward 5. Oh, sorry, anything from the public? Yes, there is a hand.
Yes, Jason Lavoy. I live at 125 Pine Street, so I'm a constituent in Ward 5. And I'm also a current substitute, a building sub at Connors. Sorry, I was just able to get on this. I don't know if I can ask a question, but I have an inquiry on whether or not building sub pay is going to remain at 150 through next year. There was some confusion about that. And just so you guys know, I enjoy subbing. No matter how much I get paid, I will always do it. I love subbing for our schools. It's a great rewarding thing. And every day I go in, I enjoy it. So if that helps any, I just thought I'd let you guys know. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. I mean, that's a great question.
Yeah, so I'll do my best to answer that question. We haven't set any rates for next year yet. Certainly we did bump them up this year. We've had some support with that with relief funds because we know that staffing is much different this year than it has been any prior year. But we've learned some things too, where we have the dedicated building subs. The number of them that we have has been incredibly beneficial to the overall function of the school. This is the first year that we've done that. In the past, we've had one, maybe two, depending on the size of the school. This year, we did 4 at most, I think, except for the middle school, who does their staffing they've been able to do their staffing without those building subs and have said that they've let us know if they need them, but currently have not taken them. But having those building subs, I think, has created an ease of function for the school. So I think that that's something internally we'll have to look at with the established budget to figure out what the right thing to do is. I really like having those building subs on a day-to-day basis. I do think it's beneficial.
What was the daily rate for this school year for building subs?
I think it was comparable to the regular sub pay. It might have been slightly more, but it was Bobby, I don't know if you know if it was the same or if it was.
Honestly, I don't remember. It feels like that was about 10 years ago when I looked at that. It was comparable. It was close to what we're currently doing. Well, what we're doing for regular subs. And just to add a little bit to that, the building sub wasn't necessarily a thing. We had it prior to the pandemic, but it was super hard to fill those positions, and building administrators really wanted, they put a lot of pressure on us to get those positions filled, and we just couldn't do it. From a recruiting perspective, by changing the price per hour or per day, we filled them just like that. And as a matter of fact, I think every building admin would argue they want more than the 4 that they have because they use them in great ways.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Yes, Rachel. Go ahead, Rachel.
Yes, hi. So this is Rachel Nato, Ward 2, and also high school special ed teacher. I mean, whatever you consider about the situation, I just want you to know the reality of it when it comes to especially special ed classes. We almost never get coverage when we're out. So that means that our ed techs have to take over the class. And the other thing it means is sometimes my ed tech has to leave my class to go cover for another teacher. It happens more often than you think. In normal times, that's enough of a challenge. But this year with the pandemic and having half of my kids at home and half in front of me, and having to manage a Zoom meeting at the same time as trying to help the kids who are in front of me, doing breakout rooms on Zoom at the same time as giving one-on-one support to my special ed kids who are in the room. I wouldn't be able to do it with the ed tech support I have. And so if one of them is out to go cover for another teacher, that makes it very hard. And sometimes I feel that I don't take a day off when I really need it. So for example, if I have to make an appointment with my doctor, I try to make it after school ends, and sometimes that could be pushing my appointment out for a week or two because I don't want to take time off from my teaching because I know I'm not going to get a sub. I just know I don't get a sub usually, especially this year. So I personally would support giving a little bit extra if we can do it to subs, if that attracts them to come sub for us, especially even if it's a temporary thing, because it's really, under these circumstances, it's hard enough to juggle everything in the classroom. And I personally don't even dare take time off when I'm supposed to be teaching for any reason. Even when I was, given an opportunity to get a vaccine, I tried to make sure that I picked a time that was like after 12 o'clock. So I didn't have to miss time with my kids. The other thing too is, it's less likely now that we'd have any reason to quarantine a large group of people. But earlier this year, several of my ed techs who work with me in the Learning Center were exposed to the COVID-19, and they had to be out. And there were periods where I was managing the Zoom class with kids at home. I had kids in front of me, and I had nobody around to supervise when I had my prep period. So there was no sub in for the ed techs who were under quarantine. So I had to give up my prep period to supervise the students who were in person. So it does happen. I'm not sure how often it happens, but that's the reality of it.
Thank you. Mr. Physic.
So the question, is this a lack of subs or procedural issues? All across, all social issues I've always come across, now that you brought it up, I've always said that a lot of times they're not being substituted for. So, and they've given up their planning time. Their planning time is always given up a quite a bit of the time. So is this a lack of subs or is this a procedural, system issue?
It's a lot of subs.
Does a sub have to have some kind of additional training or special training or anything in order to be a special ed sub, or is it the same pool that just goes to whatever class they're assigned to?
Same pool. Help us out in various areas.
Mr. Driscoll.
Yeah, I just want to make one final pitch here. I mean, I think this is the right thing to do for the people who are working for us as subs. I think it's the right thing to do for our staff that relies on subs to be able to do the jobs that they've been hired for, and to have the supports that they expect. And I think it's the right thing to do for our students who are going to be able to have the dedicated resources for IEPs or the proper staff to student ratio in a building on a given day. I think it's the right thing to do for everyone involved. It's a modest increase to $15 an hour, and I strongly urge everyone to support it.
Mr. Cotton.
So Jake, I want to build on just quickly what you mentioned about the building subs. And that was one experience I definitely see now at 3 different schools. When I was in the classroom and it was a regular sub, there was the effort given, but you could see the struggle that they didn't, the kids didn't particularly know a plan. When I watched the building subs come in, they took the plan, the classroom, everything, the kids immediately engaged them as if they, the regular teacher. And it was night and day. And part of this discussion, I think, is about quality for the kids. And that I actually would like to pursue seeing an expanded building sub piece. Talking to the teachers, they said it would be invaluable for them to be available. Let's just say that they show up and there is somebody that's not out. That what that one person could do for a series of teachers to help them in their lesson planning, et cetera, so on. And some of them go, I tell you, hats off to the building subs, some of them go already overboard to help these teachers, even when they don't have to. They go searching and see what they can find. And I really was impressed. I would say for the size schools we have, 4 building subs probably isn't the number I look for. I probably want to push it to 6. Let's create those opportunities for commitment full time and maybe later on offer some benefit, some educational benefits to further their careers if it's what they're going to do. Just wanted to make that note since you're.
What's the possibility of just piggyback on what's the possibility of increasing building subs?
I mean, I think it's as much a policy decision as it is a budgetary decision. I hate to say it that way. I think with relief funds, it's been easier on the pocket to try to attract people by having that higher dollar amount for the building-based subs. But we've seen it. People who have the routine down, people who the kids know, people who know the building and how it flows for different things, from arrival to departure. Our subs that are familiar with the spaces certainly can function much more efficiently. So is there room? Is it a possibility? Yes. Again, I think the COVID relief dollars has helped us incentivize building-based subs.
And one last question is, would it, I guess in professional opinion, since you're an educator, is it easier on the kids to have a building sub who they build relationships with instead of having somebody who comes in once a week or twice a week
It absolutely is. It's easier on the kids.
I think from everything we've learned during this experience of pandemic, we know that without our building subs and without our just our general subs, we would not have been able to get through the school year even a quarter as well as we have without them. And the fiscal part of me is like, don't even say it. And the rest of me is like, but they're keeping our bacon out of the fire. It's a rock and a hard place situation, but it's something we really need to take a hard look at. And I agree with Ron. I would like to see each school having a specific number of people that are guaranteed to be there to fill in for teachers, because I know uncertainty in children is not a good thing. It leads to a form of stress that doesn't help them. When they know that if their teacher's out, they're going to have one of these three people as their teacher, the certainty is there, the knowing the person is there, it helps relationships flow better. And no matter what anybody tells you, the relationship between a teacher and a student, even a substitute teacher, can be vital. Just for that trusting that their teacher is telling them what they need to be told. It's not just some random person rattling off what they feel like saying. So this is a hard one for me, because there's part of my brain that's like, no. And there's part of my brain that's like, but this is a great thing and it's really helped us a lot.
Any other discussion?
As of right now, the motion on the table is raising the sub pay for teacher subs to 110 from 100 a day, and the ed tech from 90 to 105.
105.
Ward 5,
Yes.
Ward 6,
No,
7,
No.
City Council,
Yes.
no. Ward 1,
No.
2,
No,
3,
Yes.
4.
No.
Motion fails 3-6.
On this subject, I would like to have a discussion, further discussion at a meeting upcoming to discuss whether or not we should add more permanent subs and what that's going to look like for the next school year. I think that would be a good discussion to have.
I do want to thank Mr. Majoris Collins for bringing this to the table, though. I think this is an important conversation, and I think we do need to look at that while we're doing other contracts. So, thank you.
Agenda item number 8, to receive, discuss, and possibly vote on information regarding an elementary expulsion policy. Mr. Majoris Collins will present.
All right. So switching gears here, this committee has for as long as I've been on it, broadly and enthusiastically endorsed the prospect of trying to make our schools a more equitable place. Generally, I hear a lot of support for ideas around restorative justice and trying to move away from punitive models and towards practices that are more grounded in rehabilitation and supporting students. And with that in mind, I'm bringing forward a proposal to reform our expulsion policy for elementary school students. If you'll bear with me, does anyone need me to read this, or did everyone read it? I said for the public, I'll read it. So the first part of this proposal is as follows. No Lewiston Public School student enrolled in an elementary school shall be subject to an expulsion or suspension lasting more than 10 days, except as required under state or federal law. For the purpose of this policy, expulsion or suspension lasting more than 10 days shall be defined as a disciplinary action imposed by the Lewiston School Committee as a consequence of a violation or violations of school rules, district policy, city ordinance, or state or federal law. This policy shall not be construed as limiting the ability of the school committee or its designee to impose disciplinary suspensions of 10 days or less, nor as limiting the ability of the same to take actions for the purpose of protecting the health and safety of the school community. The second part would direct the policy subcommittee shall be directed to review LPS policies to identify any and all policies in need of revision to comply with this order and to draft language to bring district policy into compliance with the same. Policy subcommittee shall complete this work prior to September 1st, 2021. So I would want to hone in on a couple of elements of that to allow folks to understand it a little better. And then I guess I'd be interested in taking any questions that anyone might have. I made mention of exceptions as required under state or federal law, and that is a reference to federal statute, the Gun-Free Schools Act, that requires that any student who brings a firearm to a school anywhere in the country be expelled for 1 calendar year. That's not optional for us. It's the federal government forces states to comply with that by tying education funding to compliance, so the state law requires it as well. And this policy would not change that. If a student brought a firearm to one of our elementary schools, they would have to be expelled automatically for a year. I also want to emphasize that this is only with regard to involuntary removal from school as a disciplinary action. If it's necessary to remove a student for the safety of the school community, then that is a separate issue. This is something that is imposed purely for disciplinary reasons. If there's an ongoing safety issue, an ongoing threat being posed by a particular student being present at a school, that would not fall under this policy because it would be a safety issue and that student could remain prohibited from being in school until such time as that safety issue was passed. This is purely about discipline. But I think that this policy is necessary because we have in Lewiston a history of questionable impositions of severe punishments. In 2017, many of you were aware that the ACLU of Maine published a report into investigating Lewiston's treatment of students of color. And one of the findings that they came back with was that we suspended and expelled students of color at a much higher rate than we did white students. By placing a cap on the severity of a punishment that an elementary school student can receive, we minimize the harm that can come from unintentional bias and imposition of penalties. I also want to emphasize that, to my mind, a 10-day suspension, which would still be allowed for students as young as 4 years old under this policy, is a very severe punishment. Kicking a kid out of school for 2 weeks is no laughing at. And I don't think that the lack of an ability to kick a kid out for longer for disciplinary reasons really impedes our ability to disincentivize bad behavior. And this only goes up to 6th grade. This is only covering the elementary schools. When we're talking about the middle school, we're talking about the high school, it's a different story and it's not covered by this policy. What this policy would do is make sure that every kid who walked in the doors of an elementary school in Lewiston, provided they weren't carrying a firearm, couldn't do anything that was so bad that we would decide that for punishment reasons, we would prohibit them from coming to school for more than 10 days. The final issue that I want to raise is that this doesn't bind the hands of any other actor. So if there was a student who got involved with something that required law enforcement's involvement, we don't have any ability to tell law enforcement or the state courts or DHHS or anybody what they might impose under their laws. This is only covering what we impose for our purposes. So with that, I guess I'm interested in answering any questions anyone has on this policy proposal.
I want to get into too many what if situations came in. What if a fifth grade student attacks his teacher, physically attacks?
Yeah, I mean, I think that if you're talking about a fifth grade student attacking a teacher, you have a couple of issues here. Number one, that may rise to the level of involving law enforcement, right? So depending upon the severity of that kind of attack, that's a factor that may be totally out of our hands. That may end up in loan grade. Number two, if the district felt that there was a continuing danger to having the student in the building, that would not be covered by this policy either. So it would be fine to say until the district, based on sound and evidentiary reasons, felt that it would be safe for the student to return to school, safe for the teacher and for the student to return to school, the student could be prohibited indefinitely from being there if it's for a safety reason. And thirdly, we would be able to impose, and I would, in that circumstance, strongly suggest imposing a 10-day disciplinary suspension. I think it's important to recognize that kicking a kid out of school for 10 days is a severe punishment. I mean, that's not to be taken lightly. It's not any kind of slap on the wrist. So what I would say is that there may be other entities like law enforcement that would get involved. We could keep a kid out of school indefinitely so long as they presented an ongoing danger to the safety of people in the community, in the school community. And we would still be able to impose a disciplinary suspension of up to 10 days.
Can you, I guess I'm confused on like how it would play out on scene for the
Okay.
difference between a student who presents as a threat versus I don't see the difference between those things because it's a disciplinary action for a student who presents a threat. So I'm not
So-
sure how you're differentiating between the two. I guess I can't see that in practicality. If a student does X, Y, and Z, and then we're saying, well, we can't discipline them for more than 10 days, but we can expel them for more than 10 days.
No,
Like I'm trying to, I don't know.
So we would be able to have a student not be in school until such time as the threat was no longer present. But by restricting ourselves in policy to saying this can't be disciplinary and it has to be about a legitimate health or safety concern, it allows a student's family to bring legal action if they feel like we are not, if they feel like we're violating our own rule, they could sue to get the kid back in school, right? So it forces us to have a real reason beyond just, that was a bad thing that kid did, and we want to really stick it to it, right? If it's the same concept as in the criminal justice system, if you're putting someone in prison, until such time as they're no longer a danger to society, or if you're just putting someone in prison as a punishment for doing something wrong, right? Those are two different things, and they require two different standards.
Expulsion isn't decided at the school level anyways, it's decided by the school committee. So
I
any
understand.
expulsion already, as it's already worded, that comes to us to decide anyways, not at any school level. So it's not, I feel like we're already doing those things.
No, but this would prohibit us from expelling a kid for disciplinary reasons, right? So that's what this is, and we've talked somewhat on this committee about the importance of enshrining issues like equity and justice into our policies, because we all understand that our tenures are temporary, and if we put things in writing and make them policy, they are stronger and more likely to stick in the future. I mean, I can say right now that under no circumstances would I vote to expel a kid or suspend them for more than 10 days if they're an elementary school student. And I would hope that this district would not proceed with any disciplinary action for a student from the school committee that was less than unanimous. So for the practical purposes, as long as I'm sitting in this seat, there's not going to be a unanimous vote to that effect. But this is about the long term for Lewiston. It's about establishing a clear precedent and a clear policy that says we're not going to expel kids, we're not going to suspend kids if they're in elementary school for a disciplinary reason.
For the very couple, I can only think of a couple cases that have come to the school committee over the years for potential expulsion, which hasn't happened very often. I feel like the things that I remember for those reasons, that I don't know how to verbalize this, I'm sorry. It's hard to say. So knowing that policy is in place, I think it would have been presented to the school committee as a threat or as a safety issue, even if the same behaviors can be coded as a behavioral issue or as a threat. And so if the goal is to get somebody expelled, they're just going to reword the way it is and still get the same end result. That's
Sure.
what I'm trying to figure out, if this is even addressing it in the appropriate way.
Yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying, but I think that what basically is being presented here is it requires a higher standard of proof for the administration to say there is a clear and ongoing threat. It also means that you can't just do it once, right? There's a threat on Tuesday and we vote to kick a kid out of school for 40 days. No, it has to be ongoing. So each and every day there's an opportunity for a student to request that it be reviewed, for legal action to be brought forward that would be reviewed. So you have to demonstrate that it's an ongoing threat. It's not just that there was a threat at one moment, but that it's actively ongoing. And as soon as it ceases to be ongoing, that kid has a right to come back to school.
I think I get it. I have a further comment, if that's okay. Normally I let everyone else speak first. So I've thought that our policies have been in conflict for a long time, especially even more now with COVID and remote learning. Truancy, the district as a whole will report a student, a family to the Department of Health and Human Services and involve Child Protective Services if a student misses just a few days of school because it's so detrimental to the student's well-being. But then at the same time, we're suspending kids for 10 plus days. So if it's so detrimental to a student's well-being to be out of school for 3 or 4 days, then why would we be sending them home for 10 plus days? And a lot of the kids that get expelled or suspended are coming from home situations that aren't very great. And so we're sending them into it's like double the punishment. Like, what is the consequence of not being in school? Beyond just not being in school, it's all of the stuff that they're dealing with in their home life. So I think that our policies definitely need to be changed. I think that there's a lot of conflict in that, and we're not doing what's best for our students. I just fear that this is just going to change the way it's worded when a student is going to be expelled. That's what I worry about. It's not going to actually eliminate the issue.
Yeah, I mean, what I would say about that is that there's absolutely a possibility that administration would seek to abuse this, but by enshrining something in the policy to require a higher standard of proof, it requires that everybody involved in the process abide by it. I mean, it's the same reason why there's a different standard of proof for a civil trial versus a criminal trial, right? It's not that ultimately it all resides on us to make sure that justice is being done. But if we write into the policy and say, you can't do this for disciplinary reason, you can't do this because you're trying to deter the behavior in the future, you can only do it if there is an ongoing threat, if there's an ongoing health or safety threat. And the other thing that I would say is that I think that this is a step. And then if it's the case that in an evaluation of this, that it doesn't go far enough, that we can go further. I mean, but I think that it's a step in that direction, and it sends a clear message to the district and to the community that we don't think that suspensions of more than 10 days or expulsions are appropriate punishments for elementary school students, period.
Just real quick, so building administrators can suspend for up to 10 days. Anything over 10 days requires other levels of involvement. So the 10-day cap on a suspension exists. If the student qualifies for special education, for example, if there's accumulation of 10 days or more, even spread out through the year, it prompts other interventions, another IEP, manifestation to see if it has any connection to the student's disabilities, things of that nature. So for those just listening in, I don't want people to think that this is just a rampant behavior that just happens. I do like the discerning between the use of discipline to curb behaviors versus a safety situation. I do think there's a definite difference between the two. But there are caps on things. We don't just send kids home for long durations of time without a lot of due process to it. There are some special situations, and those, again, have to go through a series of steps of due process. Any expulsions do go to the school committee. Those decisions are not made at the building level. There's due process around presenting that to the committee. It's almost like I don't want to say a mini trial, but it's like that. The school committee can make certain determinations and outcomes that are required for the student to return to school. And so those things are in play. And I did ask my assistant, how many students in this area have we expelled since Sue has been here? And she couldn't recall any elementary school students other than a couple of sixth graders that had some things many years ago being expelled in her tenure at Lucas Public Schools. So I would also note that the elementary piece is not something that happens. I mean, this board has not had anyone come for expulsion, I don't believe, since you've been elected at the last election.
Ms. Wright.
Thank you. Just for folks' reference, your friendly policy nerd checking in to tell you that this is under policy JKE as well as JKE-R, which outlines expulsion of students and expulsion of student guidelines. In regards to the proposal being put forth by Member Majerus Collins, I think there is the reality which Superintendent Langlis just spoke to, where there's been very few cases where this is needed to even be talked about. But I think as we consider ourselves, Lewiston Public Schools, an equitable place for learning, I think that is the real opportunity here. You know, in my work, we do a lot of equity and inclusion work and talk a lot about the school to prison pipeline. And I think if someone is encountering severe discipline procedures, I mean, we are a quasi-judicial board in some of our capacities, and we do hold hearings for expulsion in a very formal kind of legal manner. If students are exposed to that at the elementary level, it just seems so off course for a community and a school district that really wants to work with students to understand their behavior and their health and how to move forward with them. It really, each time we've ever had a hearing, it's the worst experience to sit through with families and the student and the board. And I will say we haven't seen any during this term, but last term we saw many hearings. We were in there pretty much every Wednesday night, it felt like. And so I'm glad to see that reduction. I'm glad to see site administrators managing the way they feel they need to, and building administrators managing the way they feel they need to. But I think in order to future-proof this for equity moving forward, I think this could be an important first step.
Just make it as a motion. Forgot.
I still,
Go ahead.
Oh, I neglected to make this as a motion, so I would move that we adopt the proposal as presented.
Second.
Ms. Whitlow.
I don't really know where I want to go with this, but so we did sit for many expulsion hearings, never elementary. So it, and I may say, I just want to say that when we sit in those hearings, it's not only like a mini trial for the student that was in trouble, we're also very much analyzing the administrators and how they did their job appropriately or not. And so it's hard for me to want to say, let's take that out of the equation. Let's not allow the schools and the administrators to expel who they think they need to expel, no matter what age. And the ongoing threat portion that you had mentioned makes me nervous. If we're saying they have to show an ongoing threat, that's a bit scary. If they're a threat, they're a threat. They need to be taken out of the school. Why do we have to wait until they're an ongoing threat? I guess that piece right there makes me a little nervous, and I'm not sure where I stand completely with all of this. And I again, I appreciate you bringing this to us, but I feel like maybe we could do something better than this, than what you're proposing, I guess.
Mr. Beaumont.
Two things. I'm very impressed. This is the new guy again. You might want until somebody else new comes on about the alternative programs here that we offer for the disaffected student. Do we have an in-school suspension room, or elaborate on that for my benefit?
So there's multiple things I think we've done as a district to try to meet this need. Social emotional learning work is important. We've done things where we analyze data. We have behavior intervention plans. We use positive reinforcement. Some schools have staff. This is the nature of their work, is to help kids with restorative conversations and getting back to class successfully so they can reintegrate. We do have in-school suspension programs and spots. We try to use the word diversion because that's in lieu of sending kids home. So we have them in the school. We have programs in place to have conversations around it, a little dialogue about what happened, with the hopes of growing on both sides of it, and then return to class in a way that is productive.
And just a second thing, it's not particularly germane to Council Commitment materials, it's a little cheesy to say pyramids, so it's just fine, but pyramids, comments, but you have touched a raw nerve for me, the ludicrousness of suspending the student for being truant, so I'd like to talk about that at some point and look at that policy. Thank you.
I'll try to be quick so we can get to Elder, because I know he's been trying to get something out there. I just have a really quick question for Karen and for Jake, because it's something I'm not real clear on. Do we have a policy or a best practice when a child is suspended or looking at expulsion for behavioral issues? Does that trigger a discussion with a guidance counselor or somebody along those lines to try to figure out what brought it to that point? Or is it just an into this is what we're going to do?
I think I've seen both. I think we've had some, I can speak from personal experience, not necessarily elementary, but from middle and high school level, that when I've approached the superintendent to say, I think the student might be one that we want to have a discussion about because of the safety of others, which has really only been the reason I've brought any students forward. And it's rare, at least it was for me. But we have those conversations. What have you done as a school to try to mitigate this behavior? What have you done to try to resolve things? Who else can we connect to? Do they have a counselor? Do they have other services? Has the family been brought in to just have a conversation about how to support the students? So you always had those things in place. And the reason I say it's both is that's most situations. And then once in a while, you have something that is so over the top that a number of students are in fear that you have to consider the situation. Typically, though, I would say from middle and high school perspective, that tendency toward something that makes other people not safe is established. Not always, but typically. So to speak to Member Majerus Collins' statement of, I forget the term you used, but showing a pattern of typically by middle and high school, you have that pattern at least some level.
Mr. Majerus Collins.
Yeah, I just wanted to say quickly, I know that Member Fitz chime in on this, but with regard to Member Whitlow's comment, in my view, our students are more than the worst thing that they've ever done. And I think that a student who is a real and serious threat to safety on a particular day is not necessarily a real and serious threat to safety for the rest of their school career. And so that's where I think that the question of whether someone has, if restorative justice has been applied, if a student has been rehabilitated, if they have, moved beyond it. I mean, a really simple example here is you have a second grader who's throwing a temper tantrum. In the middle of the temper tantrum, they're a threat to everybody around them, right? I mean, they're throwing chairs or whatever, and that's a serious physical threat. It doesn't mean that kid is forever thereafter a threat. So that's what I mean when I talk about an ongoing threat, is an evaluation to see whether a student who posed a threat yesterday it has had something change that would make them not a threat today.
So to actually offer an example, I guess would pose a bigger issue when you have somebody who probably should be in one self-contained classroom and they're sitting waiting to get the service that they need, which is definitely reality. So I don't think discipline should be used for that. I think we should get the kid what they need. I know from just being on Montello a lot, the people who run the boost, they call it boost, and schools especially they call it boost, and they do an outstanding job. I've seen them in work, and I've seen a lot of steps in place to not expel or even suspend students. I would bring up even more of an issue that I would see that's actually more of an issue is when we're actually all in school and a teacher is removed, a student is removed from the classroom to the assistant principal. Assistant principal grabs them, and there's no time because so many kids at school and so many things going on. There's really no time for any restorative justice practice to actually take place. Because a lot of times is the kid goes sits down in 15 minutes, and the reality is there's already like 10 kids down there, so they're just literally sitting there, basically conversating or looking at a clock or even conversating with each other. Since the principal grabs the kid, brings him right back, and there was no restorative justice between the teacher and the student, and that's where you get teacher frustration going. There's been no accountability. So when we start talking a lot about restorative justice things, okay, and from a teacher point, the teacher always feels they're not for restorative justice because they haven't had time to have that conversation to bring it all together. So there is some sort of accountability. So that just brings up more of I think is a more bigger problem in our school than necessarily elementary students, kids getting expelled. Like I said, I know the most schools, I would say all schools, I'm talking to people that did done a lot. I think a lot of what we saw from the study, I think a lot of it was I hope I'm not taking anyone off when I say this, but a lot of it I think was just a leadership issue, in my opinion. And I guess the language behind the proposal, I would like to see the policy committee get this in their hands and do some reworking of language to kind of make this, I guess, what it needs to be, not necessarily, I don't want to handcuff the administration by saying never. Because I think we get to a place, there's a scenario that might present itself that will be long gone, not ready to think of, and we have this, and now we don't have the option. I think there should always be options. Of course, I always believe this should be the last option, almost like pushing the atom bomb button. And I think we have those things in place where now we have different things going on at the school. I think we have, it's got to come to the school board. So I think we have a lot of those things in place. But for me, I think if we really want to make some strong headway in this, I think we need a policy committee to take a look at this and really rework the language around it.
Ms. Ryan.
Nicely dovetailing off of member physics remarks, I think this is a first affirmational step of many. So the second part of this memo that we have refers this not just JKE and JKE-R to the policy subcommittee, but relevant proposals. And I would argue, I'm looking at physical restraint and seclusion, incident reports for students who have more than 3 incidents in a school year, special education is part of this, removal for students with disabilities. I mean, there's a lot of intersecting policy and also probably state law that we'd have to dig into on the policy side of things. But I feel confident that if this motion passes forward, I think that is a clear signal to the policy subcommittee of which direction to take those policies in. I think this is just really a starting point and helps us identify, students under the age of 10 or 11 really don't belong before a school board hearing unless it is in the interest of safety of the school. And I think that says something about our administration and our school's direction that then the policy subcommittee can work with.
So, so like the age that she just mentioned. So children who are in elementary school are anywhere up to 13 years old. Mm-hmm. So I think we need to look at that too. So, I mean, I have teenage kids, when they're in 5th, 6th grade, they know better. My kids do. So if they are a threat, an ongoing threat, or if they're a threat at all, and the need is there for a building administrator, geez, I really hate to take that away from them. So.
Mr. Richards-Collins.
Yeah, I just want to, I guess, first emphasize to everyone that this proposal retains the possibility that any elementary school student could be suspended for disciplinary reasons up to 10 days. That is not an insignificant punishment to impose on a student. I mean, that frankly, I think that it's hard to come up with a lot of examples of behavior that I would think would even justify 10 days out of school. But this proposal doesn't touch the ability of the building administrator to impose a suspension of up to 2 full school weeks. What it does do is place a cap and say, for these elementary school kids, no more than this, unless you can justify it for an ongoing health or safety reason, no more than this, right? And so, I think that Member Ray is right, that this is an opportunity for the district to demonstrate its commitment to equity, and to move Lewiston Public Schools towards the vision that I think everyone in this board has, for our students and for our schools. It is a first step, and that's, a great reason why I have the second part here, which is, we take this clear stand, we make this decision, and then we say, and we want the policy subcommittee to dig into every relevant policy to this issue and bring them into alignment so that we start to address some of the inconsistencies and discrepancies that relate to student discipline in our policy manual. But this is not everything, but it is something. It is a meaningful step forward, and I really hope that folks will support it.
So do we have any elementary administrators on right now that could speak on this? And
I don't see anyone on here. I did send out a message to them to invite their input, and none of the current administrators at the elementary level have brought a student to the committee for expulsion.
Right.
None of them. And so they couldn't draw on those stories. And as far as the 10-day piece, that exists in statute currently and policy currently. That 10 days is the max. But I guess, please know, I'm not trying to steer this one way or the other. This is the committee's decision. But I think what Member Majerus-Collins is bringing up is a way to discern the difference between the use of consequences as punishment for being naughty or bad behaviors in that respect versus using long suspensions or other measures for mediating violent and safety concerns. And so I do see a path there to look at policy. I don't know that as written right now, this changes much for elementary administrators. I really don't. But I think it does set a tone with, should we look at this more closely to ensure that we're not using consequences as forms of punishment without taking these other steps? Because the goal is to have kids in school. And this work might help lead us to a place where we better understand the law. We better understand the rights and authorities of administrators and educators in general, but also start to dig at what is the direction that this committee wants to take as far as how we will work through these kinds of problems or these kinds of concerns. And I bring this up from if I take off my superintendent hat for a minute, put on my principal hat, there were times that I didn't agree with what sometimes other people around me wanted a kid to get for a consequence. I was very much interested in having, whether it's restorative language or what have you, it was all about how do we return back to that space so that learning can just happen. What's the right thing for the student, but also for the adult. So when you've had something happen in the classroom and the teacher has to tell a student, you need to leave this space. There's lots of reasons why that could be happening. But what tools are being developed to be successful in that space? And I think that's more that conversation that I think Member Majerus-Collins is trying to have. So I guess I want to be clear that this proposal, some of these components, it doesn't actually change the administrator's ability to do a thing. But I do think it sets a tone for a direction of review, like what else might we do? How else might we go about our work? And I think this committee has supported things like restorative practice coordinators and making that commitment to keeping kids in school and looking at, as Chair Parks mentioned, our approaches to truancy don't always align to our efforts to keep kids in school. And, is there a return to that space plan? Those are the kinds of things that the committee could get involved with creating and expecting, so that there's some due process around students getting back into education in a way that learning can actually happen and not just be showing up after being out for 8 days because you got suspended and there's no plan for reintegration.
Just as to point out the other point, because if someone has a kid in school, as a parent, I've seen a lot of things where things have got slid under the table because we were trying to be too understanding. Okay, and then again, it's a fine balance of how do you hold a kid accountable, and how do you hold a kid accountable also to how do you understand what's going on in their life. And again, it's a fine balance. I find it even a hard balance even as a coach to jump on a kid's case but then also to try to understand where they're coming from. So I can really empathize of what instructors or people in the school building every day go through trying to find that fine balance. I don't like how this is written. For some reason, if it doesn't go through, I will make a motion to that this goes straight to the policies subcommittee to look at this. I just personally just don't like how this language is written.
Do you want to suggest a friendly amendment or not?
I guess my friendly amendment was to just that we just go straight to the policies committee for discussion. That would be my friendly amendment.
Sorry.
Okay.
Mr. Vogel.
Personally, I've seen the effects of an expulsion, which is in some cases like pulling a fly out of the hand grenade. And if I could try to be anonymous as possible, and as you guys know, I'm not very good when I try to be vague. There's a situation in the school I taught with years ago where a young person, an honor roll student, probably destined to be a top 10 student, he or she was not ready for a key exam in one of the subjects and pulled the fire alarm. And the end result for that student was that he or she was expelled and had to finish his or her education at a Lisbon or Indigo or something like that. That would be one of the things that would guide me in this vote. I just want to throw that out there. Thank you.
I would want to share anecdotes, but I won't, because we really don't have time for that. I've seen two different sides of the expulsion. I saw a kid in 6th grade who really just needed a counselor and a better role model, who was expelled and ended up going to several different schools before finally getting the help he needed and sorting things out. But I've also seen kids in another district that I've been acquainted with who, oh, they're just having a tough time at home, we'll give them some slack. And then that continued until it escalated to finally the law got involved and they were in, I don't think he ended up in Long Creek, but he was headed that way for a while. I like the direction this points us in, because it's more of a take a look at the contributing factors and the actual level. What we're looking at, is it a behavioral issue or is it a physical danger issue, and how do we address that? I like that part of it, because it encourages us to look a little bit deeper than just what we see on the immediate.
Ms. Wright.
Thank you. Just to respond to member Physics' point, I think, you know, it would be nice to have things just go to subcommittees and come on back, but I think this discussion and the subsequent vote is going to be important to understand if a majority of this committee does want to see changes in our disciplinary procedures. I think as the chair of the policy subcommittee, I would advocate that we move away from our alphabetical review of the policy manual and jump right down to J, which is our student section. Chair Parks just mentioned the truancy policy, which we updated at the last policy subcommittee meeting, but have not brought forth quite yet due to timing issues. We've brought it into compliance with state statute, but we have not brought it under this lens. And so I would suggest that we review that again under the lens of whatever way the majority goes on this vote, and then also surrounding policies, making those a priority over working through our policy section A at this moment. So that's my thinking behind a lot of this. I do think this is more of a priority, but we had set a standard at the beginning of the policy subcommittee, and I'm more than happy to change that direction based on the will of the committee.
I would like to see, do we have the policies in our packet? We didn't, right?
No.
That pertain to any of this. So I mean, I'd really like to see this, the JKE and JKE-R, and maybe have like a retreat where we can really get into this, because I think we need to do better than what's presented, and I think this is a good start. So
I agree. I think that further discussion is definitely needed. We're nowhere near where we need to be in regards to any of our discipline policies. I do think that this is a good start. I will be voting in favor of this just because I think it's a start. And I definitely think that we need to have further discussion and maybe a retreat or something like that where we just really dig into this kind of policy, because I think our students deserve better than what we have right now. So I will support this, but I do think that it's a much, much bigger discussion. Mr. Physick and then Mr.
I like the ideology of the policy. I just don't dislike the way the way this motion is presented. Just wanted to put that.
Mr. Bajorsko.
Yeah, so I want to, I guess, clarify for folks, based on the last couple of comments. This is not being inserted into our policy manual. This is a, immediate, total and complete. We're not going to suspend or expel anyone in elementary school for disciplinary reasons going forward. But then the second part of this, in my view, is as important as the first, and that directs the policy subcommittee to review those policies, to wrestle with them, to deliberate over them, to bring them into bring them into accord with the sentiment at the top of the policy here, and then bring them back to us, right? And perhaps either bring them back to us as part of a workshop, or bring them back to us directly, or some of column A and some of column B. But we're going to have a chance to look at this all again when we start seeing from the policy subcommittee the specific changes that would be needed to bring our policy manual into alignment with the order that we passed tonight, if it's successful in being passed.
Any further discussion? Are there any members of the public that would like to speak? I don't see any hands, but I thought I would ask. All right, Ward 5.
Yes.
6.
Yes.
7.
Yes.
City Council.
Yes.
Yes. Ward 1. If you said anything, Bruce, we didn't hear you.
No.
2.
No.
3.
Yes.
4.
No.
Motion passes 6-3.
Agenda item number 9, to receive and approve the 2021-2022 school calendar. This is
So every year around this time, the calendar is reviewed, and it really hinges off of what's large in part past practice, but also around things that are there that are recognized that this committee and others recognize. But also it's connected to a regional agreement where we have the technical center located in Lewiston. We are allowed 5 dissimilar days by law, by school law, and Director Callahan works with area superintendents and principals to make sure that we have a calendar that will fit, and seeks to eliminate or reduce the number of dissimilar days to make sure students have access to the education that they should have. A couple of things you might see in here. You see the start date, you see the end date. Eid has been added, and that's a time frame holiday. We will announce that as soon as we know when Eid will be. We've also included that in the summer months because that often happens. There's 2 occasions of Eid. One is typically summer or early fall. And so that's been included here also. We are still looking at snow days. We can't get permission yet from the state to do remote days on snow days if that's the way we go. I was looking at a split. So if we had a day of snow that made sense to have a true snow day, that we would build those into our calendar. And we would also be seeking the state's permission because you have to get a waiver signed, and they're not taking those right now because of the emergency order. So there's no need to apply currently, but it also limits us from knowing exactly what would be needed to do a remote day in the future, if that's what makes sense. And so we've had conversations on both of those. This has been seen by other superintendents in the area in our region. And the only caveat that I know of, there's a date in March, and the association, I don't know if President Litton wants to share anything, but the association and our leadership team were talking about the exchange date in March. We've heard of other districts within our area, our immediate area, that actually do that exchange day the day before April break. And so President Litton's looking into what the membership might have for interest in that. If they come back and there's interest from our staff to make that shift, we may bring that back to you. However, that lands as a dissimilar day in that agreed upon area because there's another district that does that. So it would have negative implications on our regional expectations, but we wanted to present that to you.
Ms. Whitlow?
So we only have Eid in 1 month. I'm trying to find it.
It's in June and again in, no, wait, it's in May of 2022.
Right.
And it's in
I think it's
June, July of 2021. The very first one on the page.
Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, I see.
But there's usually something in the fall.
It's by the moon phase. If you see two of them, then that's, we looked them up in advance and it's sort of a 2 year window, 2 or 3 year window. Again, one was in May, one was in July.
No, there isn't one in the fall.
But yeah, there should be something in the fall, shouldn't there?
It varies. That July one could sometimes get extended out.
Okay.
So I guess my, my question, maybe comment, is in the future, and I'm not saying we change anything this year, but maybe we start the conversation about taking out Indigenous Peoples' Day out of our days off. Because I know that we're going to have more conversations about Jewish holidays and things like that, and which should be had. And why, I'm just wondering if there's more to this Indigenous Peoples' Day that I'm not getting. Because I don't think all states take this day off from school, but
Yeah, I don't know about all states. I do think in Maine, it's a state holiday.
it is a state
I
holiday
believe so, but I can check on that.
because we all celebrate it so much, right? I don't know. Karen, you
Mr. Majerus Collins.
Yeah, it is a state holiday and it's also a federal holiday under the name Columbus Day. But yeah, I mean,
so it's not something we can touch.
I
then.
don't think it's something that we can touch. Yeah.
Ms. Hawkins.
I do just want to suggest too that I do know of people in the community that if we did try to change that, there would be some,
Yeah,
yeah, I would probably go over myself because that is part of my heritage.
so, all right. I'm just curious how we're going to fit more holidays into this calendar if this decide, but that's another conversation, I guess. No?
I think it's gonna be a conversation about 30 seconds.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Majerus Collins, would you like to speak?
Sure, I guess I'll frame this. I was trying to, all right. I'm gonna make a motion to approve the calendar as presented and then immediately try to amend my own motion. But if there's a second for that, then we'll make it easier.
One second.
I would second the amended motion.
Yeah, okay. So the amendment here would be to add a 2 days off. One on September 7th for Rosh Hashanah and one on September 16th for Yom Kippur, and to make those up by nudging the end of the school year 2 days later. And Ms. Ray.
Second, whatever you're putting out there, because I support that move.
And I'm happy to talk about why I think this is important. I thought that the committee by a wide margin made a really important step forward for inclusion and equity and multiculturalism when we adopted bringing Eid into our calendar. We have extensive observations of the two major Christian holidays, Easter and Christmas. We now have observations in our calendar for the two leading holidays in Islam, both Eids, and this would allow us to also provide recognition and support for the two most sacred days in the Jewish calendar. And I think this is important, and I recognize that there may not be a clamoring in the public for this as there was for Eid, but I would remind the committee that historically Jews have been in the extreme minority in just about every place that they've been, and it's only in relatively recent times that there have been some communities in the world that are either a country or some parts of this country that are really overwhelmingly Jewish. But for the most part, our Jewish friends and neighbors are living in communities where they are in the extreme minority. And I think that it is that much more important that we go out of our way to take a firm and unambiguous stance that the size of the Jewish community is not a significant factor, that we understand that for a variety of historical reasons, some pretty dark, the Jewish community is pretty small. Globally, it's small here, but that doesn't mean that the Jewish faith is any less important. And so, I would hope that in doing this, we would be providing support for Jewish students in Lewiston, and then also, frankly, allowing the rest of our students to gain a recognition that Judaism is a major and serious religion, one that's deserving of respect. And it might provide an educational opportunity as well, to say, hey, well, why are we having these days up? Well, as it happens, it's the Jewish New Year, or it's Yom Kippur. So that would be my suggestion, and I hope that we can do that.
Mr. Beauchamp.
We have touched on it, I missed it, I'm sorry, excuse my ignorance, but are these fixed date holidays, or are they like, these on calendar?
They move, but they don't move as much as Eid does. I grew up in a district where both of these holidays were on the calendar every year. They're almost always in September. The latest I think I ever remember any of them being was in early October, but the two dates that I just put forward are the dates for this year. So it would be September 7th and September 16th.
Ms. Wright.
Thank you. And I was planning to propose this myself, but Member Majors Collins got ahead of me, so happy to support that motion. I think I heard from an interesting constituency about this item. In past years, we've talked about how our budget and our schools wouldn't work without the assistance of volunteers from Bates College. And a number of them in the education program had expressed to me at some point that they do celebrate the Jewish high holidays and sometimes aren't able to make it to their volunteer assignments. Some of them even have student teaching obligations during those dates, and really wanted to see that inclusion when we started talking about Eid as well. And so just wanted to bring forward those voices that I'm well connected with. I realize that's not a group everyone talks to all the time, but just wanted to make sure that was heard. I think too, these are the two most important Jewish holidays that have come forward as part of celebration of the Jewish New Year and the Day of Atonement. So really hopeful that they can be preserved going forward. I realize this presents some structural problems, as Member Whitlow was pointing out at the beginning of this discussion, but I think it's an educational opportunity for us to talk about these holidays, their importance, and our neighbors who celebrate these things.
So when are these in September?
Yes. So Rosh Hashanah this year is September 7th.
Right.
And I want to be clear that Jewish holidays start the evening before, but that would be the day that we would be observing it for the school purposes. And then September 16th would be Yom Kippur. And for anyone who's unaware, Yom Kippur is for most Jews a day of fasting. And so that presents additional reasons why, in addition to wanting to be in temple, they also might see challenges in being in school that day.
Point of clarification, I believe Rosh Hashanah is 2 days, going from the evening of September 6th to the evening of September 8th.
It is, and I checked.
What I have on my calendar.
No, Member Ray, you're right. I checked with the school calendars in a number of predominantly Jewish districts across the country. And for the most part, there's a 1-day recognition in the school calendar for Rosh Hashanah, and that would be the first day of Rosh Hashanah being the more important one.
So
So you're just suggesting September 7th, right?
Yes, and that would
Okay.
bring alignment with districts in the country that are that have large Jewish communities that would be filling up a room like this to have a conversation about it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, so my childhood best friend is Jewish, and after our last, when we approved Eid, I messaged her and said, hey, if you were to get some days off, what would have been the best ones? And she said, oh my God, that would have been amazing. And Rosh Hashanah, she said September 7th, and Yom Kippur, September 16th. So you are right, Kieran. And so, I mean, I support it, but I also know that we've done some things to the calendar already to align with other areas. And I'm curious, you said, how does this affect LRTC if we were to change something now? And I'm curious if maybe would you want to speak on how that would affect if that's okay?
Yeah.
You're all set. So the way that the calendar law is written is that the state's broken up into geographic regions, and I think CTE regions throughout the state of Maine were used sort of conveniently. There was a concern in some regions that varied school calendars from different districts were causing students in CTE areas to miss an inordinate number, 30, 40 days of their vocational programming. So really what the state says that they're going to require districts to sit regionally, create a calendar that has no more than 5 uncommon days. So really, it's not so much about LRTC as it really is about the region sitting down and agreeing on a basic outline which would preserve the integrity of CTE programming for students. So we've had a preliminary discussion, which Superintendent Langlis was part of, with the other 5 superintendents in our region, and just sort of the framework. Typically, this is a process that we go through, so that they'll each look at days where something unique is happening, a celebration. They have student-led conferences in some districts and so forth that require them to withdraw from the general framework and create an uncommon day. So typically, I think as Superintendent Langlis alluded to earlier, that the preliminary discussions have happened and that there are 5 uncommon days sort of baked into the draft calendar as it's proposed. Meaning when this when this is ratified, if it was ratified this way, I'll put it that way, that the state would approve based on the fact that there are no more than 5. If any one of our regional partners were to go outside that structure and create additional days, that would put our regional calendar in default, and we would not likely get an approval. We have been as high as 14, and that was probably 6 or 7 years ago when this law first came about, and they required us to have sort of a remediation plan to bring us back to compliance. If I had to guess, I'd say they probably would be very hesitant to grant an exception outside that. That's not to say that regionally, again, we couldn't agree that we create common days. There are, there's room for discussion. But again, I don't know that it's as much an LRTC issue as it is that regional obligation that we have under the law.
So if we were to adopt this, and we would then have 7 uncommon days, is what you're saying?
By my count. So currently the draft that you have has 5 uncommon days baked in, which again puts us there. 2 additional days would create 7.
And so would a potential remediation plan be for our district to adjust our calendar, or would it be potentially for the other districts to then adopt the same?
In the past, it's been kicked back to the region, the state. Basically, I don't care how you do it. the region has to come into agreement in 5 days
Okay.
somehow.
Mr. Ramirez Collins.
Yeah, well, that's really in like, and it sounds like we have an opportunity to state our case plainly, to adopt a calendar that includes these two Jewish high holy days, and then to ask our partners in the region to work with us either to observe those days themselves, which would be the best outcome, or to find other ways to bring the calendar into alignment. But I think that that hopefully this is an opportunity that maybe we do this and then our regional partners follow suit, and then it's recognized across the region, and that would be the ideal circumstance. Because I think that this is not a Lewiston specific question. This is a question of respecting the Jewish religion and Jewish observances across the state of Maine. But obviously, we only control our own calendar. So if we take the lead here and we move forward with it, then hopefully others will follow.
Do you know what the 5 uncommon days are currently?
I do.
Could you share that information?
Yes. The first is September 1st. The second is October 8th. The third is March 18th. The fourth is April 14th. And the fifth is May 3rd.
Those dates they include Eid workshop dates that have been chosen by respective school districts and start of school date. That's the difference.
April 14th?
Yes.
Oh, of 21, not 22. No, April 14th.
April
22
14th.
is a Thursday.
Yes, it's a workshop day, it's a professional development day for, I want to
Oh,
say.
for a different district.
Correct.
Thursday or
It's our
Friday?
16th or our 4th.
I thought it was the day before the break. But
I have that, now that you say that, Jake, it may be, that may be actually, I think it is the 15th. I made the line right between the two dates on the calendar and I may have misread it.
Okay. So those aren't things that we could adjust in order to.
We could ask that they readjust, you know.
All right. Thank you for that clarification. Go ahead.
I wonder if there's any waiver that we could get if it has to do with religion and days off that don't align versus having to stick to those 5.
So I was curious about that myself, and then I kept in my mind going back to there's some data point out there, and I don't know it off the top of my head. I want to say it was 7% of your student population recognizes a specific holiday. That's what pushes you into that direction of recognizing a holiday within your school calendar. I don't know if that's Maine law. I don't know if that's federal law. And I don't know if that's a percentage that is accurate. I don't know that. I would need to look at that data. But to me, that might speak to the conversation about a waiver for dissimilar days of the holidays.
Mr. Joyce Collins.
Yeah, and that's a waiver that might be able to be applied to our Eid days. But I would say that the reliance on the percentage of the student body that observes a particular day is a particularly troublesome way of yardstick for measurement when it comes to Jewish populations. The United States is only 2% Jewish. So evenly distributed across the country, that would suggest that Jewish holidays would be observed nowhere. So you know, for a group of people that has been historically marginalized and historically in the extreme minority in most of the communities they've lived in, the reliance on the popularity of observation strikes me as somewhat beside the point.
This may not even be necessary depending on how the vote goes, but just because I know that anytime this kind of conversation comes up, we get a lot of discussion around why are we acknowledging other holidays when my kids can't say Merry Christmas in school, or when we're not saying the Pledge of Allegiance, which I know we do, or all of those kind of comments. Can you very, very quickly take a detour with me and just specify what policy Lewiston Public Schools has in regards to celebrating holidays and saying the Pledge of Allegiance and all of those more traditional things that districts have always done?
So as it stands right now, I believe in policy that the Pledge of Allegiance is done each day at school. Students can choose to not participate if they wish. In the past, there was policy around if you weren't going to stand for the pledge, you could submit a letter to the superintendent to have a discussion about that. I don't know if that's currently being practiced, even if it is in policy.
Alicia, check on that.
Yeah, it's definitely policy though. I've read that.
You can say things like Merry Christmas at school. There are different recognitions. What we push our staff to do and encourage is to talk about other people's cultures, religions, and not choose one over others, but to continue that educational cycle. And I think that makes sense, and respecting and being mindful of other people's beliefs. So not to exempt one over the other, but to try to recognize as many as we can.
And for the most part, schools, classrooms are still allowed to have holiday parties if that's what their teacher chooses, and all of that's not banned from our schools.
I don't know that we ban them, but again, we encourage that.
A variety.
Yeah, you mix it up so that it's not a religious celebration, it's a recognition of people's cultures and beliefs, and trying to hit more of them than just preaching one of them and isolating anyway.
Ms. Ray.
For those who are wondering, under policy IMDA, patriotic exercises, students who object to participating in the flag salute as a matter of conscience shall be excused from doing so upon submission of a request in writing and signed by a parent guardian, which provides evidence of sincere conviction. And then further down, a teacher may also be excused, but is not released from the responsibility of regular supervisory duty of covering a classroom of students, nor of appropriate participation in teaching the curriculum, including patriotic songs and holiday-based instructional activities. So I think that covers both in the same policy. This was last reviewed in 2012, so maybe time to add to the policy queue as well.
Great. Thank you. Mr. Rodriguez-Collins.
Yeah, Chair Parks raises a good point in public discourse because that is something that's erroneously raised regularly, and as a fervent observer of Christmas myself, I just want to assure the public that my intention in supporting recognition of Eid and now in seeking recognition of Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur is to add to the educational experience of all Lewiston students, to add to a sense of belonging for all students, and to enrich our entire school community by encouraging folks to learn about every one of these holidays and to celebrate them how they choose or not. But to be a responsible citizen, to be a responsible school district in the modern world is necessarily to have a serious familiarity with Christianity, with Islam, with Judaism, even if you are not a member of any of those faiths. That this is a key element in any educational system, and so certainly nobody should be getting upset about the prospect of someone saying Merry Christmas.
Ms. Whitlow.
I mean, maybe there's a policy that we need to have written around cultures and holidays and how we incorporate that. I don't know, I'm just throwing it out there. But so if we were to add 2 more holidays to this calendar, how would that affect start date, end date? What would we be looking at here?
Definitely change the end date for pre-K and K.
Right.
One of the big determinations for start date really revolves around Labor Day and when that lands. And then when some of the December, January holidays land, Christmas and New Year's, it can really start to dictate how big of that break is. There's some years it's smaller than others. And then the end date is just all straight math. There's 175 days of student days, and we have to get all 175 of those days in by law. And that's why when there's a snow day, it bumps out. If we do, if this gets approved, like member Rodriguez-Collins proposed, that it just push the end of the year out 2 days, because those 175 days have to happen. Unless we're in an executive order, emergency order, there's a pandemic, the rules are a little different today.
Mr. Ives.
Well, now I'm down a rabbit hole. So policy IMDC it talks about rules, observance of religious holidays. The practice of Lewiston Public Schools shall be as follows. Several holidays during the year which have a religious origin but have acquired secular meaning may be acknowledged in the public schools. Oh, you know what? This is talking about how it's talked about in the schools, not dictating if we can take it as a day. Disregard.
Mr. Ventura Collins.
Yeah, I just want to make one note that I did neglect to include one thing, and without objection, I will slightly modify my motion, and that is to say that the recognition of the holiday stays the same, the moving of the school year stays the same, but I also want to specify that since the 7th is scheduled as the first day of kindergarten and pre-K, and that we would be taking that for Rosh Hashanah under my proposal, that first day of kindergarten and pre-K would shift to being the 8th.
So another thing we have to think about, we're adding 2 more days. What does that cost the district?
So the question will be, are they days off or are they paid holidays? Because that's when you can get into cost.
Right. Well, so with Eid, we have put that in calendar.
So everybody's off that day. We're not.
But they're not paid holidays, they're
Well,
just off days.
We itemize them as holidays. And if you work, you get paid for hourly, and if you're salaried, you don't have to work that day, but it does push out the day, not the numbers of days worked, but it pushes out the calendar, if you will. So by adding Eid and these 2, it's 3 additional days where being teachers and ed techs and whatnot will be asked to work at the end of the calendar, whatever that
3
is.
days?
Well, because there's 2 being proposed, and Eid was 1.
Oh, I thought it was 2. Oh.
There is a second Eid, but it's typically
Not in
during
school
summer
year.
session.
Okay.
I'm probably overthinking this. So as it stands right now, we have 5 uncommon days. We add these 2 days, and then we are at 7 uncommon days, but then that's also going to change like our last day of school and things like that. So does that then make it go to 9 uncommon days?
Could.
If I might, basically what happens is that we send the approved calendar signed by the superintendents, and there's an audit done by the state. So, this is sort of our local map. They will be the determinant of how many days they read the calendar as having uncommon.
Okay.
So we do have to think about the financial impact of this. With negotiations, I'm sure that these are things that are going to have to be talked about, and we don't know what the outcome of that will be. So I just want us to be mindful of that. And I'm not opposed, I'm just stating there is a financial impact.
Yeah, and I think the approval of any calendar that has decided upon recognized holidays pushes out the days. And so from a teacher perspective, if you're on salary and you were going to get out of school June blank, but now there's new days built in for off, then it's going to move out those number of days. And so it's less about a financial cost, but more of a time commitment, because that will be chunks of time. Let's say you're a teacher, you have a summer job, you're not available until that year is up. And so that you just got bumped 3 days out. So there could be implications for individuals and by days, but not by checkbook for the district.
And what do you think, do you have a pulse on if there will be the option to do remote days for snow days, which would shorten our school year, or not shorten it, but keep us from going later in the year?
Well, I know that a number of schools did remote days this year, but the reason you have to look at waivers is because there's some caveats in there about you've got to provide a meal option. And you can get meal packs that have shelf life to them, send them home with kids in advance of the winter season, and they have some shelf life. The problem is none of it is covered by the federal dollars for nutrition. And so districts either have to buy that or see what the rules are for the waiver with the state to just have a remote day for inclement weather. And we also have to demonstrate we have certain things in place, which before this year we didn't have one-to-one district-wide. We didn't have MiFi to guarantee internet. But there's also other districts that have been doing this for years with a packet. And I know packets aren't ideal, but you could have a reading and some activity connected to it, and kids are given that early in the year. And their responsibility is to do that snow day work on the snow day. The benefit, again, it counts as a day at school, so you don't have to make it up. Some of those activities can be pretty good, keeps kids thinking. That the challenge has become nutrition and getting them approval for weight.
And if one district in the region cancels school for snow and another doesn't, does that then count as an uncommon day?
To my knowledge, it doesn't, because it's
Not a plan.
It's right. It's not a plan. It's not a calendar that's regional.
Mr. Visit.
Is that someone weigh in?
Any other discussion?
I feel like there should be so much
Can
more discussion.
we read what we're voting on again, please?
So the motion is to receive and approve the 2021-2022 school calendar with an amendment to add the 7th and the 16th respectively for Jewish holidays, and move the end of the year out 2 days and resolve any conflicts that those 2 days being off would cause.
And
Like
to
kindergarten.
pre-K start on 8. All right, Ward 5.
Yes.
6,
Yes.
7.
Yes.
City Council,
Yes.
yes. Ward 1. 2, he said yes.
Yes.
3,
Yes.
4.
Yes.
Motion passes 9-0.
5 minutes?
Yes. Anyone opposed to taking a break?
No.
Yes,
Okay.
that would be great.
We'll recess for 5 minutes. We're returning at 8:04. Sounds good. We're on agenda item number 10, to review the following budget articles, 2 and 3, special ed and LRTC. Are you going to do an intro or is Pam going to start? Okay.
Dave, can I share my screen?
Good.
All right, so following a similar process, we'll jump into Articles 2 and 3. Just to remind us our goals, planning for our most vulnerable and remediating the impacts of the pandemic. Some anchor questions: what's the best interest of our students? What is required for the work we know we want to do? What is fiscally responsible that aligns to research for high-performing schools? And how do we balance the need we know with the expenses? Some corrections to note that we've been looking at kind of inside. There were 2 teacher positions that have been brought up. One was connected to ELL and one is connected to the high school. That through a reductions process, I had captured in one of the spreadsheets I shared with Bobby. But those 2 teacher positions we're digging into further, but I believe I highlighted them by mistake. I don't believe it's going to change our final number. But those 2 positions are positions that, full disclosure, I'm investigating them because I had intended to leave them in our budget. But it shouldn't change the bottom line. It just means I grabbed the wrong 2 in my highlight. And the other 2, I need to go make sure I can find them. If there's any change to the bottom line, I will bring that back to you. And also, as we mentioned prior, but I didn't want to lose sight of it, there was one line for LMS supplies and also ABEC, which is a high school level advanced option that there's a small fee that goes with it in the grand scheme, but it was accidentally removed. So in Article 2, special education, we will talk about many things special education, including instruction, administration, tuition, which is our students that go to school outside of our district, summer school planning, which or summer school in general. Again, I pulled that out as a reduction, looking at using relief funds. So you'll see a reduction there in your details. Clinicians, homebound students who require services that we provide. And also, again, the reduction in the overall line of special ed due to a number of vacancies that we struggle to fill that we have reduced in this budget. But also, both Bob and I have mentioned prior that we did some chunking out of healthcare and fringe benefits as we looked at our projection model, and or at least I looked at it from projection place. And so you'll see a number of reductions in that area here, but I just want you to know that those are blanket pullouts. So you don't see those reductions in some other places because it was a bottom line blanket pullout, and we can take this percent out of our budget, we believe, but still be okay. One of those areas of blanket pullout was special ed, so you'll see some reductions there. And then Article 3, career and technical education. Director Callahan's here on site, and he will talk to you about Lewis Regional Technical Center. It's a different program that he's working with. Pausing there, I'm going to invite in Pam Bushi. Is she still with us? She was.
She was there a second ago.
Working on it. Should be there now.
Again, if we look at tab 2 of our binders, you can see under Article 2 those different areas I mentioned. Different areas of reduction. And Pam, would you like to share some information with us?
So I'm not certain. I know I've been watching the process that you have done for all the different budgets and what your requests are. So I'm not certain where you want me to start. I know my current request right now is about an LMS day treatment, and I do have numbers to support the importance of being able to create our day treatment within Lewiston Public Schools. It would be a saving per student of $51,000 if we were to be able to create our program within our own schools. We have replicated programs throughout the district, K-12, LMS is that missing link. I know we had this last year. We wanted to improve our functional life skills and our RISE program at the middle school. I think this is one of the programs that we certainly need to make sure it comes to fruition so we have a continuum of care. Right now, if we do not do something different at our 7th, 8th grade, we would have to outplace 6 students currently at McMahon. Last year, we also had to outplace 6 students. There was only 1 student that we were able to move on to Lewiston Middle School. So that is a request that I have. That is my biggest request. It highlights the staff that I would need in order to develop that program. Professional development that would be required for them to become fluent and being able to work the program with fidelity. I did also add in each year, and I know we have to meet our budget, but professional development as well as books, it tends to get eliminated from my budget, which really hinders my ability to provide professional development opportunities for my staff. So I do ask for that to be included in the budget as well this year.
Is there physical space at the middle school for this?
And so that is what is in the air, is where would we house it? And so I have 2 proposals, and depending on where we go, I do have this is what we could potentially do at LMS. This is what we potentially could do offsite. And this is what we could do if it's offsite. So I guess it's 3 different proposals on what it would look like. But this is a nutshell of what we would need to just open the doors without the building itself.
So Pam, if you just add up the middle school project and avoiding that outplacement and keeping those kids in, I see a lot of the individual figures, but I don't see the summaries. What is that representative of? How much is this project ultimately going to cost them?
And so just the nitty gritty, we do have a 1-day treatment teacher. And I guess it's important to know if we do a K-12, not K-12, 7-12 program, it would be slightly different, but we would be able to utilize resources that already exist. And so these would be the additional budgetary items that we would need. So it would be 1-day treatment teacher, 3 day treatment BHPs. I did add 1 administrator in the off chance that we would have it offsite and not in a Lewiston Public Schools building. So if we were to, let's throw this out there, at Dingley, we created a day treatment in Dingley, we would need an administrator to oversee that. So that's why I had added that. In addition to that, I added the curriculum that the new teacher would need to develop the program. I did add technology for that individual, the new teacher, as well as the administrator. I added professional funds for all of the staff when they were coming into the program. And so I have listed the 3 day treatment ed techs. I listed them at $23,000 as a starting place, and that's if they are BHP Ed Tech 3. And then I started the day treatment teacher at $47,000, which is generally where they start. And 1 administrator would be $70,000.
Oh, Pam, what's the estimated cost when we send students out of district?
So I took, and because I really wanted to I looked at all of the different special purpose schools that we send our students to, but I really looked at the one that would be equivalent to what we're trying to create. And looking at that, it would be $51,000 per student per year. And that would be for 187 days, because they include ESY in the budget.
Mr. Rogers Galt.
I may just be confused. Is this something that there's a request that the school committee add to the superintendent's proposed budget, or is this something that's included in the superintendent's proposed?
That is my budget.
The day treatment piece is included.
It's included. Yes. Okay.
Mrs. Wright. Oh, sorry.
Could we have, sorry, it's really hard to track these things when we do them differently every night. Can we run through tab 2, article 2, just down the instruction, administration, tuition, summer school, clinicians, homebound before we proceed with this conversation? Because I'd like to know what is already in here and how we got to that reduction.
So just working through the detail, again, Article 2 on tab 2. You can see the reduction in special instruction of 170.
What are we reducing?
And Bob, do you want to speak to some of the items that are reduced in there on top of vacancies?
Yes, I'd be happy to. So in this instructional segment of special education, there's a whole lot going on in here. This is where you're going to find the program that Pam just described. You're going to find that, and it's kind of hard to tell because there's a lot happening. Let me see if I can get. Oh, you know what? I'm looking at the detailed budget, and you're not.
Can you tell us what the codes are so we might
Yes.
follow along?
Yes, it's 210013. And then the object code is 051010. There's 051020, 051040, and I think it's on line 688, 689, and 690 perhaps in your detailed section of your budget.
Special education instruction starts on page 20 of the detail. As you walk through that, when you see reductions, you can see that that's, for example, special ed tech salary at Farwell, reduction of 30 and change, so that's a vacancy that's been reduced.
So the ins and outs of this budget are great. As Jake had mentioned in his opening remarks, that we have a lot of health insurance reductions. We have some vacancy reductions. So you're going to see this and say, okay, there's a lot of reductions in, let's say, that salary account, or most importantly, when you look at health insurance, you're going to see some pretty big reductions. We had decided to just to recap what Jake had already said, we had decided to make some blanket cuts for health insurance in this budget. And because the numbers are so large, within the special education budget, I chose to go to the special education budget instead of spreading them out over, let's say, 600 accounts. I chose to focus on where the largest ones are hitting because A, it sticks out. B, you may come back and say, please don't do that. And so it would be easy for me to add them back in, let's say 4 or 5 accounts rather than 600 accounts. Just to reiterate, there are vacancy reductions all over the place in this particular section of special education, but there's also the new program in this budget at Lewiston Middle School. And that sticks out pretty clear because they're pretty big numbers as additions to the budget.
And one more question while we're talking about LMS day treatment. Given that LMS is now implementing an e-LMS model, is there space available in that building for this day treatment program that's being proposed?
So it's possible. That's part of the discussion. We were hopeful and still haven't given up on the potential for space possibilities connected to the relief funds. We continue to look into what that could mean both in the short term and the long term. The real challenge to any kind of facility add is everything that's needed to add facility. So from infrastructure, maintenance, custodial, power, lights, all of those things. So those are a challenge. I did ask Pam to present or be prepared to, from a budget perspective, share both Because if there's room at the middle school, that would make sense. And if we're able to acquire different space, there would be an offset from a big picture to, like Ron mentioned not too long ago, do we have opportunities to work with Auburn on this? If that would be offsite, what would that look like? And also some other facilities that are not too far away that are maybes. And so we wanted to be able to have a good handle on both of those components. But to Pam's point, that if we did have an offsite, not at LMS or not at another school site, it would require different things in the budget, and those pieces have been put in.
Okay, so most expensive scenario is in this budget, but if it were at LMS, we could remove that administrator line at 70K, that sort of thing. Okay, thank you for leading me to water.
Mr. Tallman.
So Bobby, or actually any of the three of you, can I get a number, a dollar figure on the number of ed techs that have been eliminated out of this budget? You have a number of how many?
Not off the top of my head, Ron. I don't recall that number, but I can bring it to you on Wednesday.
And so this might be slightly different because I know there was budgetary process that needed to happen. But I know I have 22 ed techs that cannot be touched. They are one-to-ones. They are assigned to specific students. That would need to be, we need to make sure if that was part of the vacancy, we would need to add that back. And I just need this team to know that. In addition to that, I did come up with 13 positions based on the needs of our schools that I put in as a possible reduction. But those 22, I will need, if they're gone, I would bring back to the team that those really need to be back in the budget.
Can you estimate, I mean, I'm just trying to get my arms around this. Is it $1 million reduction? Is it $500,000? Is it $750,000? Can I get a ballpark?
Between the vacancies for salaries and benefits, we're looking at about $3 million. And what I'll do is I'll break it out between health insurance and salaries for you.
So those $3 million figures was it taken out of special ed?
Yes, primarily it's health insurance, and I can't remember the number, Ron. I'll give you an estimate. I'm gonna say it's around 2 million that we took out for health insurance. And
Close
then
enough to make my point. Thank you for that. So I guess my question is going to be, last year's budget was 20, where are we here? 23.9. 23,900,000. You're telling me we've taken $3 million out of that budget, and we're presenting a 23,700,000 budget. So my question is, I only just seen $150,000 of additions for this project at the middle school. Can I get a breakdown of what was added for $3 million into this budget? That we're not realizing a $3 million savings, but rather we're just breaking even?
yes, so it's all right. It'd be easier if I could give you the number of positions right now, but I can't, but I will. So let's just say there are, and again, I'm making this number up, but let's say there's 30 positions that we cut. And I don't think it's that high, but let's just go with that. Those are vacant positions. We did not obviously touch anybody that currently has a position. Anything that's associated with those vacant positions, whether it's health insurance, fringe, all the fringe that goes along with that, that was reduced as well. So it was a 1-to-1 cut as it relates to vacancies. It's not that and Pam would argue this, and she will, and she just started to do that a few minutes ago, and always has. And I mean, no offense to that, that's part of your job. But Pam will argue that those vacant positions are full. And they may be full with substitutes. So we looked at, and Jake and I looked at vacancies, and we looked at special education because the bulk of our vacant positions come from special ed. They're not, I mean, we do have some vacant in general ed, but the bulk of this is special education. And so we looked at it and said, where can we make an impact in this budget where we're not currently funding all of these positions, and the bulk of them lie in special education. And so that's why you're seeing, and it's hard to see because there's all kinds of ins and outs, and you can see that in the detail, but that's why you're seeing so much movement in the detail in special education. And I think quantifying it for you, Ron, will be a lot easier once you have the numbers as to how many positions.
So,
We'll also have to add in the increase for teacher salary and ed tech salary and all of that. So the positions would be removed, but then there would be still that increase in teacher salary and ed tech salary. That was applied to our conversation in general ed as well, and ELL as well.
okay, so there's a good chunk of that 3 million is there, when you include negotiated increases and increases in benefits.
I think what you're asking is, if there's such a savings, why are you not seeing it
Right.
on this page, this page? And I think that the one thing to remember is that there are increases. So there's the program that Pam talked about, but then there's also salary increases and all those other things that go along with it.
Okay, that's one piece. Anything else?
Let's see. In this section, I mean, there's significant health. I mean, we did cut health insurance, but what is in there is significantly higher. There's an 8% increase on health insurance in this budget throughout. We've got contractual increases. Let's see. We've got the LMS program we talked about. That's it. That's it in this section. As well as her books, the books that she talked about. That's in here.
Okay, Mr. Damon?
Just so I can get a sense, Pam, you said that by not doing outplacement on 6 students, that the savings would be $51,000 per student. That so, including all of these costs of this program, we were paying an additional $300 and some odd thousand to outplace them. I mean, is that we're talking about that the outplacement is more than twice that $51,000?
And because they have overhead and yes, all their services that are there, it would be $308,000 that we would pay for just those 6 students.
That doesn't save us $300,000. All it does is shifts it back into our budget.
Correct. And then we would be each year, so the subsequent year, we wouldn't have to spend that money. They would just maintain. And so the first year is going to be a heavier lift. Second year, we won't need to have that budget put in because it's going to already be existent. Like we have our day treatment program, K6, those students don't go out. And so we have been able to save, let's calculate.
So these aren't students that are currently outplaced, right? These are students that are just aging out of the elementary level program.
Correct. So just from a year of our day treatment program at McMahon, we have saved the district $2 million a year to ensure that these students do not need to be outplaced. And so what's happening at this point is they reach 6th grade, and though they've had a career at Lewiston Public Schools and being able to maintain and had a very successful time, we're then having to look elsewhere. There are some students who are ready and we can build their program over at middle school, but then there are others who don't have the ability right now to be able to do that. So this would allow us to keep our Lewiston students in Lewiston.
Wouldn't necessarily save us $300,000. It would more or less shift it into our
This
own
year.
this year. But in the future, this is a repeating expense going forward.
We wouldn't, well, yes, you're right. Because we'd have to pay our staff.
Yeah, I mean, when we add staff, I mean, it's not a savings, it's just a shift. It takes it out of some other program that is, we are now shipping these students to. It would save obviously transportation and some other things, I'm sure, but it's not truly a $51,000 saving per student.
I think the real challenge when it comes to that, Bruce, I think you're right. I think there's a break point in which if you are running a program and it's not enrolled enough, you can actually not be saving anything, if not losing money. If it's enrolled in full, that's where the savings will be. And part of why Pam put this together, she knows that there's X amount of kids, I think she said 6, that she knows as of the end of school this year, they need a middle school day treatment placement. And right now we don't have a day treatment program at the middle school. So those 6 kids, yes, we're going to incur costs, but that's when it starts to look at, ways to save the district money. And if that program builds capacity, again, save it. But you're right, you're still paying to run the program, to do the PD, to staff it, to heat it, clean it, all of that.
And I think where you would see it is if we build the program, we would be able to bring, I know there's 24 at LMS. I think there's 40 over at the high school. I'm not saying they'd all be able to return, but we would be able to have a bigger dialogue on how can we return the students. So what's happening right now is we outplace in 6th grade. We then try to get them back in 9th grade. And then by junior year, we're returning the students back to Lewiston Public Schools. But wouldn't it be most appropriate to say K-12, we have a continuum, and we're going to make sure our students stay where the least restrictive. And I know not everyone needs to go outplaced if we design a program to meet their needs.
Is it going to be a challenge in a short period of time to build the staff and build what you need to actually run that program?
I believe so. I do know, and this has been a great thing, most of the programs, so our RISE program, we built it from the inception. We created it, we designed it, we hired our BHPs, we hired our teachers, and from the BHPs, they became the teachers of the program, and then they became the BCBA, they became the administrator, and so we really we built up the program. I know we have some fantastic teachers and ed techs right now that could potentially move into a position such as that if we created it, but we would need to start that dialogue now and not wait at a later date.
Thank you.
I think that this is an important conversation to have. We're always, for years, we've been talking about how can we get students that are outplaced back in the district. And there's a lot more than just the savings that come with that you also have to consider. Some of these students have been outplaced in whatever program they're in for their entire education. And so the idea of moving them back in district now could be a huge disruption to their learning, to where they're most comfortable, where they thrive. And so that's a harder conversation to have. But if we have a continuum program in place that starts from kindergarten and goes right through 12, which this will help bridge that, these are fewer students that are going to have to be outplaced and then try to return. And so I think it's really important. This is taking a step in the right direction. It's not solving the problem entirely, but it takes a step in the right direction so we don't have more kids outplaced that then may have to transition back and forth, because those are the hardest things to do for any of these kids. So we may come to a point where we realize that the kids that are already outplaced are best staying where they are, but let's make sure we don't send any more out unless we need to. And that's what I feel like this helps address. Ms. Wright.
I know Bobby put her hand up in the middle of that discussion, so I don't want to jump to another question.
Color, I didn't even see that her hand was up.
Yeah, and I'm happy if it comes back to me.
I just wanted to get that number that you asked for, Ron. It's for the reduction or the cuts and vacancies. It's 19 ed techs and 2 teachers, and they're vacant positions.
Thank you.
Good to go?
I think so.
Okay, great. So I wanted to ask what you would envision the capacity of the LMS day treatment program to be. So if we're keeping 6 kids from the elementary program going forward into 7th grade, is there more capacity than that? And is there, I hate this word, but like a wait list so we'd fill it? Or would we start generating revenue from standing up such a program by taking in folks from other local areas?
I'm going to start with the end first. We
Okay.
do, for our McMahon day treatment, we do have sending districts come to our program. And so that is happening currently. For the LMS, I really want to ensure that we're having a very solid program before we grow it. I think a minimum capacity based on the staffing that I point out here, it probably would be 10 students first, and then we would build upon it, adding a teacher. I know if we're looking at a 7-12 program, then that would expand whatever that capacity is. It could be up to 30 students, but it all depends on what we truly build and where is it going to be.
Okay, that's helpful context to have going forward. Are there other students who wouldn't be transitioning from elementary day to LMS day? Rather, they're currently outplaced and we would bring them back in. Is there a number of students who we might explore that with to get to the 10 instead of the 6?
And so our first priority are the students that we have currently in-house. Yeah. We're going to ensure that their needs are being met. I know we do meet weekly and look at all of the outplacement students, and really, and this kind of talks about what Megan just talked about, or Ms. Parks, sorry, that we really need to ensure we're bringing the right students back, the ones who are going to be successful, that they can be inclusionary, that they are ready to mainstream, and we want to support them in the best way to be independent. So there's definitely those students that we have tracking that if we were to have a program, these are the conversations we'd be able to have.
And just one last question, I think, along this line of thinking, because I mean, we have like a 2-sentence memo about a day treatment program, and I feel like I'm not understanding the entire proposal. So in like digging out these questions, I feel like we've gotten to the point where it's like, okay, so what does a 7-12 bridge program look like? And that would be a very different question than if you were at LMS.
I do have a proposal that it does mark, it says like, here's all the things that it would entail, what it would look like, what the training would look like, what I would like to see in a house. I wanted to get through this process first and get approval, and then I would submit that all to you. So you would get a clear vision, but I certainly can send it along sooner if you would like.
I think it would be helpful. I don't know if other committee members think the same, but just being able to vision where this goes, and to Member Damon's point, does it save money or does it shift money, is always an important question to ask. Of course, we want to meet the needs and we want to do it in the appropriate order and decision-making style, but I think future planning is always a good idea.
Somewhat loaded question to Jake. Jake, why did you not put this in the budget?
Why did I not put what in the budget?
The Listen program.
It is in the budget.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I apologize, I was going in the wrong direction. Thank you.
Oh, that's fine.
Mr. Potter.
So Pam, you mentioned about a lot of supplies and stuff that get taken out of your budget, book funds, et cetera, so on. What, do you have a hard line number of what you'd attempt to restore for that to bring you whole?
I did add it, and it was certain schools that it was taken out of and certain were added, and I know I can do those transfers to make sure, but like Connors, I was asking for 23.5, professional Farwell, I was asking for that same amount. So all of the schools, I was asking for that to be brought in, and what I had done is look at every teacher and a training that they could go to for our curriculum that we're using within the district. And we offer training that we provide the training for, but I really wanted them to go out and have a trainer outside of the district. And so each year I've established that number and then put it in the budget, but unfortunately and I understand rationale, but it goes away. And so I haven't been able to offer that to the teacher. So I am asking for each building to have 2,350, so 2,350 added back in so we could offer those opportunities to staff.
Jake, question. Her numbers where it's school by school, is that already included in what the schools presented?
No.
That's wanting to put back in.
These pieces would be all in the special education lines.
All right, so they weren't included in that first handout from the individual schools we got saying
They may have made a note on it, but it wouldn't have been separated in detail.
Because I know Kernan added several of those pieces of supplies that weren't in there. So I don't want to be redundant.
Yeah.
I would just say if this isn't redundant and there's an actual missing piece here for special ed, I'd want that on the parking lot, as we call it.
Yeah, and Bobby, I don't know if you want to chime in, but my understanding is that this would be in the special ed specific budget for supplies.
Correct. It's not included in the general funds. This is completely a separate entity, and it would ensure the special ed teachers would have curriculum as well as professional development that they could attend.
So it's not included in the regular instruction lines. It is included for several locations, but not all. We did make reductions like we typically do. So I've added it, member Potvin, to the parking lot for discussion.
I need a second one added to the parking lot, and I hate to be a pain, but I'm gonna do it, and I want a full breakdown of this $3 million. What's going back into this budget. I understand salary raises and stuff and benefits will be part of it, but we're talking, 21 positions. There's something, there's money out there somewhere else doing something else. And I really want to see the breakdown. I can't move forward on this budget without more information regarding those specifics.
Just to say that isn't a pain. It's quite easy to do and not a problem at all.
Okay.
Any other discussion?
I guess the last piece for you around special ed, that we did reduce a number of professional development requests, and also the extended school year, extended school day that's in the special education budget has been reduced. Again, looking at using the COVID relief dollars, but that is programming that by IEP and by law, we will have to provide.
And I just want to make sure this team is still, so they don't lose sight of it, if there is a one-to-one in the reduction numbers, that we do need to add that back, which is an obligation that it is there present, and I need to demonstrate that we're making every attempt to hire for those positions. So I just need to be clear that that needs to be there. And I do have some others to fill in those positions if we need to tweak it, but the one-to-ones must remain in the budget.
I got one more that I wanted to talk about. I don't know where we're at in the process, but certainly the discussion of an audit for IEPs has been brought up. And I think one thing that tugs at me here is that we brought it up a year ago. And I know we're moving forward on it. My question is, do we need to address it to make it happen in this calendar year's budget so we can do it now? Or do we continue it with next year's budget, which I just don't see it as being acceptable? The public has a lot of expectation. This was set up last year. It was talked about last year. We've gone an entire year and absolutely zero has been given to the public. They don't even have the answers. So I think we need to move forward.
Ron,
Yes,
I can address that.
go ahead.
So we've just had a call with the consultants today. We're looking to start that process with this fiscal year's budget, with funds that I think have been identified by Bobby and Jake that would be available to do that. Anna and Pam have been part of that process in having conversations with those consultants, and I would expect within the next 2 weeks, we'd be signing the final agreement with them to start that audit process. That both audits will happen simultaneously. And then we've also asked for visits to our district, which did not happen last year, to see programs actually running, to allow for additional information to be provided along with the reports from the IEP audit and the curriculum audit, to give a much more full, well-rounded picture of special ed programming. So that would happen in the fall when travel is allowed for them to really come and spend some time with it. So certainly have been working with the consultants to come up with a plan that will work for us, and we've been identifying the funds in this year's budget to get that work started.
Do you have an estimated timeline of how long this is going to take?
So if we are able to get things up and running in the time frame that we talked about, they have some of the consultants that work for them also have full-time jobs in their own school districts across the country. So we hope to start when things are all set up in June, work through the summer with some of those audit pieces and into the fall with those visits. So in the next month or so, we should be signing that. We may be able to start sooner, depending on when the consultants are available.
So what date can you sit in that seat and tell me the results of the IEP audit?
I can't give you a date right now. Give me a couple of weeks and I can give you a better timeline.
Because they compare it to the actual legislation instead of laws and laws.
So the consultants, both the two consultants that I've been speaking with, and I have had some ongoing conversations about some additional pieces that need to be looked at from the original report, the original pieces that were done. And again, that was part of why I pushed for some visits and for some, so that they can actually put eyes on our district and see and not go on what might be told to them or suggested to them. So I guess that was a long answer to your question around.
No, I get exactly where you're going with it.
Ms. Ray.
Okay. Don't kill me, but Superintendent Langless. So what I'm hearing is there are 21 vacancy reductions, and that is coming from the superintendent's proposed budget. However, the special education director just said if any of those are impact one-to-one, we have to restore those. So what's the rub there?
I think Dan speak from past experience where things have been taken out of the budget. She wasn't aware until it was time to go back to school. Bobby and I have worked with Pam on these reductions. We are very hopeful that there are no surprises, and we keep cross-referencing the list that we've looked at to do that. So in my list of reductions that I have in my notes, we do not have one-to-ones. But again, that's the stuff that we want to double check to make sure there's no surprises.
Okay, so we would anticipate that 21 vacancy reduction to be preserved going forward. And then could we just go through the next couple line items? I know this budget is looking a little weird compared to last year, but I just want to make sure I have notes to explain it in the future.
So
similar to what Bobby did previously.
Okay, so, Bobby, do you want to walk through ads?
When you say ads, you mean for the next section for administration? Yeah, sure, I'd be happy to. Okay, so administration, We have lots of ups and downs. There are a few things in here that are new. We have an abbreviated day coordinator position in this budget. We do have a vacancy in this budget at the support staff account, in the support staff account. We do have just under $84,000 for the IEP audit that's in this budget, that if that's going to be done this fiscal year, that can be a cut that we could add to the list if you so choose. And that is what's driving the administration budget up, are those things.
So, you mentioned an abbreviated day coordinator?
Yes.
Part of our ongoing discussions, types of recommendations.
I'm sorry.
Connected to language learners.
Okay. But not for other students, just
It's connected to language learners and special education specifically.
It would sit in the special ed budget, but it would oversee Gen Ed, ELL, special ed.
Okay. Thank you.
Do you want me to keep going? Okay. Let's see. Tuition is flat. We did not increase anything there. Homebound is flat. Extended school year, school day, we talked about the other night. It's not in this budget. We did cut all of that out. Our clinicians are flat, so there's no increases there. That pretty much does it for this budget.
So Pam, I want to go back to the special ed position, like the $4.6 million figure. Now, I know the things were said tonight, you know, understanding the volatility of what the students are experiencing by being outplaced, and to change that and so forth. If we had a legitimate system here in Lewiston, and they were brought back, and you saw what was happening in the middle school was working, and you were confident that we could bring them back into a good comprehensive program that was going to give them the same support and opportunities that these outplacements do. We spend $4.6 million. The question is, would we be able to put a program specifically for those kids, which is, we're numbered at what now, 114, 116, something like that?
We brought back 2 today, so
Okay.
2 less.
Okay. Progress. So with that in mind, do you have a, I know you said you're gonna make the presentation. I just more concerned about the numbers and look forward to your presentation when you're gonna do it. Is there a mechanism to have a $2 or $3 million line item here in the Lewiston school system instead of a $4.6 million outplacement? Let's say in a perfect world where we got a building, we're moving forward, we know what we're doing.
And I do have to say I apologize, Kieran, I'm going to say, like our initial conversations about how we discipline students and how we make different decisions and how we change the culture in our district, that these are all our students and our goal is to keep them in-house. That needs to be the culture of our district. And we always need to have that conversation first. When I have an IEP to outplace a student, the conversation always goes to, okay, now how do we get them back? What skills do they need to develop to ensure that they can come back to Lewiston Public Schools? I make sure that each building still holds on to those students so they know what's happening, so they're ready for them to return. So the hope is if we build the LMS, we can, and depending on if it's a 7-12 or not, we could do such amazing things to be able to bring those students back.
and I know people have thrown this out. We do have a partnership. We're on the board for RETC, which is the regional program over in Auburn. I know their plan is to shift how they're doing things and how our connection and collaboration is. But so we do work hand in hand with Auburn. We are constantly in communication and try to bounce things off of each other, as well as talking of how can we talk about ESY, COVID relief, all of those items working together as a team to ensure that all of our students in this community, Lewis and Auburn, are getting their needs met. So that would be the hope, is to bring that down that budget. I do have to be transparent. That budget this year is not going to be a 4.6 million. Based on the projection that I have been doing, based on the numbers right now, it is going to be over that.
Pam, can I, just as a follow-up, because I think Member David and now Member Potvin have asked this question. I know Mr. Beaupont has also asked. The out-of-district placements, that costs us this level of tuition dollars. Can we build a program realistically that we need probably its own house, probably need its own administration and its own staff? Could we build something, even if it took 5 years, to save money off of that 4.6 or whatever the tuition bill will be?
I have no doubt that we would be able to do that. And even if we, and I have in my head, like what staffing that we could utilize to help train and get people ready for it. I don't see that this is an impossible ask. I really believe, and this has been something that I've talked about, I think, for the last 5 years, is having a K-12 continuum and making sure that our students truly have what they need. And I know in 7th grade, it really shouldn't be that shift. And I know middle school is so hard because it's 2 years, and they've had K-6 that they've been able to function in the way that they felt safe. And they go to 7th grade, by 8th grade, now they're comfortable and now they're moving on. And so it's kind of a missed opportunity. And if we restructured or re-looked at how we offer those supports, I think we could do great things and be able to bring or keep, and most importantly, keep our students here, and then certainly bring those other students back.
Mr. Wright.
Thanks. I think 2 simple last questions. Just special education summer school, are we covering that with COVID funding for next year?
That would be the intent. If it's not in the regular budget, yes.
Okay, and then the second thing was just if Officer Avery could point me to where in the detailed budget the special education settlement lines are.
Did you say settlement?
Mm-hmm.
I would say it probably falls in legal.
It does.
It's not under the special education budget.
It is under, but it's not called legal. It had a very different name. I don't know where the name came from, but it was a separate line with a very large dollar number. I think that has been decreased substantially.
I will get that for you.
That'd be great. Thank you. Just to see year over year.
This might be for Bobby. If this board approves money in the budget for the dyslexia curriculum and teacher PD, would that fall under special ed or like the general?
Teaching.
Office of Teaching and Learning.
So teaching and learning. Okay, what article would that be?
That's Article 5.
Okay.
Why would that not fall under special ed?
Just
it's
sorry, go ahead.
I'll say my answer, then you can say yours, and hopefully they're the same. It's a curriculum-based function, so that would be under Karen's purview.
And I think there's just because the kid might be dyslexic does not mean it falls under special ed. So
Thank you. That's what I was going to say.
Yeah, so those were all part of the budget I presented, and they would be in regular instruction and regular professional.
okay, that's what I kind of thought, but I just want to make sure. And had another question. Oh, what was it that we were talking about? The abbreviated day coordinator. You mentioned it's mostly for ELL. Why would that be in special ed?
So sometimes what happens, go ahead.
Good. Sorry. And so we do a lot of abbreviated days, so it's not necessarily mostly ELL students, but because we have a system in special ed that talks about abbreviated days as well as doing our meetings to document the support of the students who are going on an abbreviated day, it made sense to maintain that in the department so they could oversee if a student is ever going on an abbreviated day. And truly those should be few and far between. I think that's been one delightful thing of where we are now. We've had one abbreviated day this entire year. But that's why it stayed in special ed.
So you have had one abbreviated day this year, right?
So just a quick share of some past practices that we've shifted even since July. We used to be a thing called the Dingley program, and students who were on, they had some things pop up that made it hard for them to access school and stay safe. They were, by agreement, going to the Dingley program, whether it was connected to an expulsion or behavior plan or something like that. But oftentimes there was also a need for further assessment, special education. But until some of that causation and behavior plan could be built from a functional behavior analysis, a lot of students got put on, at the time, abbreviated days. The Dingley program didn't run all day, every day. It ran for part of the day, 4 days a week. And so from the outside looking in, that's an abbreviated day. And so we have since shifted that practice, large in part by creating other pathways and making a commitment to not having abbreviated day policy. So much of this has been reduced, if not almost non-existent. As Pam said, that there was one this year. Last year we had multiple students in full-on abbreviated days, whether it's a tutor or waiting for assessment or in the long intervention program. And again, we're shifting that practice. However, from the outside looking in, when you see that, you want certain parameters around it, and that's why that position request is there. We should know soon if that's really going to be needed or not.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is we're asking for a coordinator for one incident, one student.
No, well, right now, but it would be a district position and it's based on the previous history of what was happening at the district level. And so I didn't want us to lose sight of it, so I put it down. We may not need it.
I think there's been, there's been some recommendations around different pieces that we're taking into consideration, and that this might be a position we may not need, or should not, especially may not need.
Okay. Thank you.
Bobby.
Thank you. Member Ray, page 51 in the detailed budget, line 1880 is where you're going to find what you asked for.
Sorry, could you say it one more time? I almost lost my whole budget book.
That's okay. Page 51.
Yeah.
Line 1880.
Special education support services contract.
Yes.
Great, thanks.
You're welcome.
Told you it was different.
Pam, of the 100 or so students in the outplacement, how did it go this year? Were all of the outplacing schools operational? Did they take them? Was it same thing, a hybrid situation or total remote? Was there difficulties? Did you run up into roadblocks? How did it go?
Most of them have open full door, but there are some students, and similar to Lewiston's stance, have offered remote instruction for the students. So there are definitely students who are still completely fully remote. But most of the students have been attending. One of the things, and just to be, so you know, budgetarily, one of the things DOE did last year was not demanded, but stated that all the districts should pay 100% of outplacements regardless of attendance. And so because of that change in stance, we were paying at a higher cost than we had previously done. That has changed. DOE has come back down the pike and said, no, you are going to go back to previous practices, which is the stance we had taken at the beginning of the school year. DOE has reinforced that statement that that's their expectation. So though we're going to be at a better place now, we certainly did have that uptick of cost because of that.
Any other discussion? We're good?
Thank you, Pam. Next up, Article 3, Director Callahan. Looks like he has hard copies for you. We'll also share electronically.
Yeah.
So while Rod's passing that around, and hopefully I don't steal too much of his thunder, if you look at the ED 279, if you really want to dig at it closely, CTE is funded as part of the state funding formula model. It's a little different than how the other pieces work. So you can, if you want to look at that allocation, there's things that are there that speak to us being funded as a region for technical education. Career technical education. So I guess what I'm saying in a nutshell is the subsidy works a little differently for LRTC than it does for other programs.
So if I could just pick up on that point really briefly. So there's an EPS formula which exists for current technical ed schools in the state of Maine. Basically, it considers your student enrollment, the array of programming that you have. So for example, I get more for a welding program than you might for a business program, just given the cost of materials, you know, the size of your building and so forth. So that's all calculated and it goes into a formula and we get that subsidy reported and that goes directly to Lewiston as the fiscal agent for this region. I would point out, and I would also thank on the record, thank Bobby. She and I go through that every year and sort of agonize over all the detail of it. We did discover the good things that we and I'll talk about it in a second. There's a new program that we initiated this year. And part of the way our formula works is that if you have a program approval up front, the state sends you that funding in advance. So that is the case this year. I'll talk about what that program is in a quick second. But Bobby and I were able to work with the DOE so that the EPS calculation is light by about $92,000. We've confirmed that that's coming to the district to support this program. So I guess I'll leave it at that. And are there any questions about the way our EPS formula works? Or it's odd for sure. And it's actually being reviewed by the legislature right now, but for now, it's what we have. So I guess I would then just move into the memo very briefly. And I guess I'd highlight, you know, one of the things that we talked about the last time that I was here last year to present our budget. And I think I heard loud and clear from the school committee about your interest in seeing our programming expanded to support, especially the 9th and 10th grade students that we currently don't support or you know, support at a very minimal level. Part of what's reflected in this budget is a full-time CTE exploration program, which would allow us to enroll. Well, it actually continues a grant-funded pilot that we began about a year and a half ago. But again, it sort of has been shaped through our conversation together. And I'm very happy to say that next fall, we will be enrolling a full-time 9th and 10th grade cohort to really experience what career technical education is about, to understand the different possibilities in terms of programming, and to get experience, which will then sort of act as a springboard for them to move into our full-time programming as juniors and seniors. I think, as I recall, one of the things that we talked about was really the regret that we see in losing a lot of our even 8th and 9th and 10th grade students who really can't wait till their 11th grade year to get involved in a trade program or a professional program. So this is meant to address that, to provide them that opportunity. It's a small step, I will admit, but I think it's a positive one. And the pilot that we ran this year was extremely positive. It was fully subscribed, that we had a full cohort of students from all the 6 partner schools, Lewiston being the largest, but it really is up and going. And in a few weeks, as you're coming into Congress, you're going to see our housing, outdoor housing academy going, and you'll see those folks out there alongside, our full trade students. So they've been excited. And again, we're excited to be able to bring it online full time in the fall. I guess the other, just in that same vein, we've made an effort to really expand programming around our vacation week camps for middle school students, our summer programming, that not only do we have experiential things, but we have what I call a summer youth employment program, where we bring students in and we act as sort of a de facto, kind of a work crew for Josh Bro and his team, so that we're doing some of the light demolition, construction, some painting and things like that around the district that, frees his staff up to do other things. It gives students a paycheck, and we build in an employability curriculum so that students are understanding they have to show up every day on time to work for us, that they're building resumes, they're opening bank accounts and so on. So,
What age can they be to do that?
so it depends on the work. Generally speaking, they're high school age students. We haven't expanded it into, because to be honest with you, I'm limited. I have 2 teachers that instruct it, and usually all, in terms of supervisory ability, when we put out the call, we get students that, at minimum wage that will come in and kind of swamp the boat in terms of the open spaces that we have. And again, I think it's a great value for the district in the sense that we pay the kids, but they're doing a lot of good work. A lot of the things that you see painted at the high school are built at the high school. In fact, I noticed the hand washing stations, a lot of those came right out of that crew. So it was a good thing.
Now, is this a program that's going to hopefully get these students trained so that they can work for the district after they graduate? Is that kind of like?
That's certainly one outcome for sure. I mean, really, at the 9th and 10th CTE exploration, our focus is on a couple of things: building employability skills, so they're understanding what it takes to be successful in job seeking, and then also to develop a plan so that they're understanding what's out there for them, but also understand how their academic program is connected. The idea that you can do any of this independent of a high school diploma is unfortunate misunderstanding that some students have. So, I've worked with the high school. They provided some of that employability training. We're also providing, some support. Even this semester, we built in some support for our trade students that we are really eager to see be successful on the high school side as they are on the tech side. So again, I'm kind of just skimming across the pond here with some of the things that that I would highlight in the memo, but again, I won't read them because I know that you can all do that. But I guess I think the emphasis is really a couple things with the budget that we're presenting. It's to try to be real good stewards of the public tax dollar. We understand it's an incredibly difficult job that you all have in front of you. So we've tried to make that job easy by saying we're limiting it to really the things that are related to cost of materials, which if anybody's gone to Home Depot to buy a sheet of plywood, you know what you're paying and how much it's costing us, to work with students. So that's a factor for sure. You'll see that, like I said, the CET exploration program will have a cost associated with it, but really we've tried to limit it to those things that it's essential for us. I think those focus questions that Superintendent Langless provided at the beginning really helped us drive the creation of this budget. We have one less ed tech in this budget through our sort of our coverage map and some of the things that we do in terms of grant funding. We felt like we could withdraw it from this budget, but still maintain the coverage levels that we need And again, that's just our commitment to making sure that we bring home, you know, a responsible budget to present to the school committee. And maximize student opportunity. You see a couple of things in here related to our business academy. There's a couple of curricular budgets. There's a $6,700 request that is going to allow us to do something fairly exciting with our business area. And that is create an alignment with the CMCC program, where effectively, if they spend 2 years in our business academy, it will get them a year's worth of credit as associate's credit through CM. And it's a sort of a partnership that we've managed so that it will, their experience at the tech center will mirror what they would be getting at CM. We have faculty that actually hold seats on both faculty. So again, it allows us to have that dual enrollment. And again, our hope is that students will have that aspirational experience as they get into that program and start to think of themselves as college students, that they can do the work. You know, for a lot of our students, that's the biggest barrier, just the belief in themselves and understanding what they're capable of. This program allows them to do that in space they're comfortable with. And in effect, it kind of tricks them a little bit because they're doing college work, they just don't realize it. And then when we kind of let them in that, you know, you've done the work, the idea will be to start to have them take some courses directly online or on that campus, you know, in their second year, so that it again causes them to think about what else they may do, whether it be an associate's degree or even beyond that. So again, those are the things that you'll see reflected. Those are the highlights that I guess I would present to you this evening. But I certainly welcome your questions and go from there.
So Rob, once again, I just want to thank you for the, you know, what you present. I've had 13 years of experience with you and watching this thing grow and watching you work your magic. And I'll tell you, my hat's off to you. I've never heard so many good stories from parents and students alike whenever they touch upon the program. So thank you for that. And I thank you for the vision that you're putting forward here and being able to expand that vision to other areas that haven't. And I think it's completely necessary. My question is, let's expand a little more. You're going to have a project now where you're building the building out here.
Yep.
With your crew.
Yep.
Always my thinking was, how do we expand LRTC? How do we do this?
Right.
If you begin to have project work outside, is there an opportunity to bring more kids into the program? I know you have finite amount of classroom space, and certainly the teachers.
Yep.
Teachers, obviously, if we're bringing more students into this program, which everybody wants,
yep,
certainly the teachers will be relative,
yep,
you know, to add, you know, if necessary. Is there an opportunity there to think outside the box of a school building and where these kids can get some really good work and knowledge outside of different projects?
So that's a phenomenal question. I mean, I think for us, you know, as a matter of economic development, of student opportunity, it's a really central question that we look at. You know, there are limiting factors. The size of our building, our staffing ratios are pretty strictly dictated by the state of Maine, you know, in terms of how many electricians I can have working, you know, under a master with a license, how many masters I can hire, you know, just given the job market that we're facing, that kind of thing. But I would also say, you know, that, you know, I think one of the answers lies in some non-traditional pathways. So for example, we've done a really successful partnership with Boosted Adult Education, Bill Grant and his folks, you know, so that some of the laborers that you're going to see working on that structure are going to be adults or students that are working to get their high school diplomas, you know, at a bit of a later age. So again, they're engaged in the same kinds of curriculum, but having that, you know, a program held from say 3 in the afternoon to 5 in the afternoon may allow some students who or former students that will work during the day come back to us and have a construction program in the afternoon. That's something that's already underway. We've actually developed a partnership with some of the local construction firms where, you know, they spend that student will spend a specific amount of time with us. and they get hired right on to Callahan or Hebert or any of the local folks that are critically understaffed at the moment. So again, it's not a perfect answer. Again, we struggle with the idea of even right now, how do we get students spaced? How do we keep them safe? In the environment that we're working in. But I definitely think there are other pathways. Again, I think the other part of our reach is we're eyeing partnerships with the middle school. And I think that Jenna and her team have been very, very receptive to that. So the idea of that experiential piece, which I know is really exciting for so many of us, I feel like it just fits hand in glove with kind of where we're at. And so we've made an effort over the last couple of years to develop some of those mutual programming, to have some of our staff there offering experience for middle school age students to, again, like that kind of spark in their mind about what high school might look like for them, and build those aspirations. So again, those are a couple of things that we're doing to sort of try to widen our reach, but
Sounds good. Just keep the pedals on the metal. On the metal of the pedal. Which one? I had several inquiries actually about your automotive program.
Yeah.
And how that works.
Yeah.
People are kind of curious in terms of the interaction with the public.
Yep.
The vehicles, et cetera. Can you just touch upon that?
Yeah, so we're proud to say that we have a fully accredited, when you go to an automotive shop and you see that sprocket on the window, it means that you have ASC certified technicians in that building. It means that it's going to cost you a little bit more, but you know that your brakes are going to work when they leave, So if you see it across the street at Mr. Barabie's, or see it down the road at RDA, they all employ those master ASC folks. So our shop has been certified by ASC. We have 3 ASC master certified mechanics on our teaching staff. And basically what that allows us to do is once we reach a certain level of competence with our students, we begin a maintenance light repair operation, which will invite public members in and we get them, they'll call, they make an appointment. One of our students acts as a service writer, so they greet you and say, what were we looking for? Well, I need my snow tires changed, or I need brakes done, or I need the oil checked, or whatever it might be. So as students are acting as service writers, we bring the vehicle in, we do a diagnosis, and at that point we would kind of let you know in a written way, this is what we think the issue is, and this is the work we're intending to do. So that's available to the public. And we do limit the scope of work. There are things that we feel like are outside of the scope of work, and we certainly refer them to one of our local partners in the community. But where it's within that scope of work, we do our best to give students that experience, and they've done really, really well with it. So students can earn that ASE patch for their sleeves. They can also earn a state inspection license, which is a very big one. So that they can go out and work for VIP or any of their local firms in order to perform that task for them, as well as other safety, lift certifications, air conditioning certifications, all those sorts of things, so they can perform that as they transition into the community. And I guess I would say we do charge
students to your program. It certainly is a showpiece for the Lewiston Public Schools. I have a little question on logistics. You don't have to give me exact numbers, but how are slots allotted? I know this is a finite amount.
Yeah.
How many slots do you have? Are Lewiston High School students given first priority?
Yeah.
How are they divided up for the other 5 sending schools?
That's a great question. So typically a full year would be in the ballpark of about 700, 715 students. We're at about 740-ish right now, so we're exceeding our capacity. But basically, the way that they're divided up is that the agreement we have what we call a cooperative agreement, which says that 50% of those seats go here to Lewiston. The remainder are divided up over those 5 schools, and it's sort of done on a size basis. So Edward Little would be our next biggest partner, and so on. So we look at what school populations would be, but generally speaking, we divide half those seats and they go to Lewiston. Now, I would tell you that I feel like we have an excellent partnership with all the schools in our area. So what practically ends up happening, and we'll do this in about mid-April, where we're collecting all of those applications. Practically what ends up happening is if, let's say, for example, Poland High School says, we have 3 kids, we have 2 electrical seats, and I have 3 kids that are dying to get into the electrical program. Oftentimes, someone will say, hey, listen, I don't have that extra plumbing program this year, but I need another plumbing seat. So a lot of horse trading goes on. So in a given year, there'll be a lot of flux depending on that level of student interest. But I would tell you that most of our programs through the year will have a waiting list. By the time we hit April, the end of April, and those programs are filled, we're collecting waiting lists. The culinary arts program, we can see 30 new students every year. I'll probably get 80 applications, for the 30 seats that we have from all the different schools. So of that 30, 15 go to Lewiston students, and the rest get divided up, for your 5 partner schools.
Can I follow up? And now, fitting broke, don't fix it. Fitting, whatever that is. Jake, finances, do we assess any fee for the surrounding schools to, take benefit of this?
So as a regional technical center, that's what that funding formula, the 8279 comes from. So that's one of the reasons why it's a different structure financially. We get subsidy directly from the state, connected to the CTE program exclusively. There's a whole approval process. They have to put in applications to have certain programs that be approved by the state. They can be considered for their subsidy. And so that funding formula is what keeps us from saying, you have to give us this much money to send a student here, because the state is doing that calculation. Like Rob was mentioning earlier, the important part is that we vet that out. And when he and Bobby were looking at it earlier this year about the career exploration component, thousands of dollars in the state missed that we anticipate having come our way. But that's funding formula from the state is really that driving factor for why other kids would come here to get that education because of the region construction.
This we're talking pennies on the dollar, but do the towns provide their own bus transportation to get the kids here, or do we provide that?
They do provide it. They're actually mandated to provide it as part of the loan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rob.
Thank you.
I'm not speaking up because of my deal with I will be.
Thank you.
All right, so agenda item number 11 is updates from the subcommittees. First is the finances committee.
The Finance Subcommittee last met a few weeks back and basically reviewed the budget as presented before it came to you all with the questions that we had. And of course, we took up the piece on the substitute pay. And since then, we agreed to step aside and allow the financial people the opportunity to work on this budget, that it's pretty much a full-time job. So we've taken a little hiatus for a while until this budget process is finished, and then we'll dive back in next month. So we have nothing pending, nothing to report.
Okay. Facilities committee, Mr. Damon.
We have, as a committee, have not had an opportunity to meet, but I am working on a potential proposal to save the district some significant dollars and also become part of a partnership with some solar energy, and potentially be able to gain us a couple of small pilot photovoltaic displays to use as a educational thing in a couple of the schools. I've actually been approached by a couple of different folks just very recently, and I'm just getting that started. I'm waiting for some information from Facilities Director Bro, and I hope to be bringing back a proposal in the next couple of weeks that to really save the district some money. That's what I've got.
Thank you. Curriculum committee, Mr. Majerus Collins.
The curriculum subcommittee did not and will not meet in the month of March in recognition of the administration's onerous budget tasks. We last met in February and covered the middle school curriculum And we are scheduled to review the high school curriculum in April.
Thank you. Policy committee, Ms. Ryan.
Thank you. Similar to colleagues, we've had some disruptions to our meeting schedule, and I am not planning to reconvene us until both the school and city budget are done. So not until May is my best guess. It's just a bit too much at this moment, but if the other members want to gather, just let me know and we can try to find some time.
Thank you. Negotiations. Ms. Whitmore.
Our new bargaining unit with the techs, we have our first meeting tomorrow, so that's nice. It's good. I know they're waiting. And I know we've got 3 negotiations meetings this month. So we're starting our busy time. So it's going to be something new probably every meeting. So, but it'll be good, but it'll be busy. So if anybody wants to be a part of it, let us know.
Agenda item number 12, report from city council representative.
Thank you. So we've got a meeting tomorrow night, just pulling out kind of pertinent things to move us along. There is an agenda item on the agenda talking about an agreement with Maine DOT to complete pedestrian safety improvements on at the 5 corners of Central Avenue. I know a lot of our walkers to the middle school use that in the morning, so hopefully that will lead to some increased safety for them at that space. And then probably the most relevant part is tomorrow night in workshop, the city budget will be presented to the city council. Just a couple highlights for folks. The proposed budget calls for an increase of city expenditures by about 2.11% compared to the school's 6.95% increase in expenditures. As a result, the proposed spending increases with the superintendent's budget and this proposed city budget from the city administrator would translate into a tax rate increase of $2.26, which with 79 cents being the city portion, 1 cent the county, which we can't change, and $1.46 for the schools. I've already mentioned the LCIP is above the 80% bond authorization limit, and I've also previewed that the school committee might like us to engage in conversation about possibly changing that. Our debt service drops off by quite a bit, but we are adding in positions that we left vacant in FY21, which I believe are about 13 positions. And then there are new program requests in here as well. Some of them include an equity specialist in HR, assistant fire chief, full-time position in treasury, a couple of public works folks, library, recreation, bumping up to police staff from officer to detective and detective to sergeant, expanding the Saturday solid waste facility schedule, and then a couple of other kind of $10,000 items here and there. Our budget schedule is available online, but just so folks know, we'll meet tomorrow night for the initial budget presentation. We go into our workshops similar to what we've been doing here starting Thursday. We'll meet with you guys on Monday. I think Jake is joining tomorrow. And then we go through our budget workshops are through till about April 29th if needed. So we'll see if we use all of those. Sorry, this has been scattered. Even I, as a very organized person, struggle for these next 2 months. So please bear with me, but I'm happy to answer questions as the process goes along. And yeah, just reach out to me with any questions, or I'll happily answer them now if I know the answer.
Thank you. Agenda item 13, report from school committee chair. I do not have anything to report on. Agenda item number 14, report from superintendent.
Just real quickly, when we do our joint meetings with the city council, we've done some looking into that. It's looking like Zoom will be our best option to actually have clear communication to the public. Otherwise, one block will look like that larger part of the screen, and then everybody independent will look like small blocks. And David and I have talked about it, and I spoke with Chair Parks. Really believe that for transparency, the public would be best if we did Zoom for those meetings. So that would be the 22nd of March would be the first one. And we're going to talk to city to find out if they're going to send links or if links will come from David, and we'll work on pulling that together.
Mr. Driscoll.
When you say first one, is there a second?
Yes.
April
13th. 14th.
The one on Monday is we usually do it at the high school, and it's everybody together, the city council and the school committee. And then on the 13th, it's the presentation to the city council.
But that typically does not involve the entire school.
Everybody usually tries to attend, but not everybody speaks.
Are we gonna be here?
We would do it by Zoom, so wherever Zoom works.
All of us are gonna be on that. Yeah. Okay.
Otherwise, like if you were speaking, if we did it with us here in the city council, sort of the way Bobby and everybody is up there right now, like if you were speaking, no one of the general public watching would be able to know who was speaking. It would be easier for everybody to have their own individual square. Agenda item number 15, school committee community announcements. Ms. Wright.
Thanks. So I sit on the Lake Auburn Watershed Protection Commission, and we have an education coordinator who's part-time, but he was asking about contacts within LPS. So just in case any teachers or educators are watching right now, his name's Sean Siri. He's available for education having to do with Lake Auburn and its kind of natural function, but also about the water system in Lewiston that comes from Auburn. Just told him I would tell you all about that and put it out into the world.
Thank you. So I mentioned it last meeting, I'll mention it again, starting Thursday from 1 to 4 in the afternoon. I'm going to be out at the Public Garden on Bartlett Street every Thursday from here on out, talking about choice grants and healthy neighborhoods and what we're trying to do. For anybody who's looking for more information about what's happening in the downtown, what changes the city and the community are looking to make. Even if you just want to hang out with somebody outdoors, please come visit. We'll give you company. Tell people. Yep.
All right, thank you. Agenda item number 16, future agenda items. Ms. Wright?
I have a motion to make.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to suspend the rules and add items 19 and 20 to the agenda. From the confidential memo we received, it appears there's supposed to be 2 executive sessions tonight, both dealing with labor agreements, but 2 different issues. And so we need to have 2 separate motions and votes on those.
Second.
We already have 2 executive sessions on the agenda. We have
On the rationale, perhaps.
number 7. No, I'm looking at the agenda, and number 17 is an executive session, and number 19 is an executive session.
See, I don't have that either.
I'm also looking at the agenda.
Yeah, it's not on here.
The one you gave me has it on here.
Hold on, let's take a.
She sent one out late this afternoon. That was the revised agenda.
A revised agenda? I thought there was just a revised for personnel. Well, yeah, amended personnel agenda. She sent out for 2/3.
Yeah, we don't have it, not that I'm aware of.
Yeah, the online one doesn't have it, but the copy that Sue sent along with Jake and I both have item number 17 is an executive session, 18 is to vote, 19 is an executive session, 20 is to vote.
Yeah, that's labor, but not your contract.
I assume that what committee members are looking at is likely what the public has. And so in the interest of transparency, I would recommend that we move forward with the motion that has been seconded. But if folks don't care, I don't know what to do. I will vote against the executive sessions if we do not place it on the agenda, is my personal space.
Just for clarification, you're looking to suspend the rules to add the item?
Yes, because it does not appear on the public facing agenda.
That makes sense.
Yes.
Ward 5,
Yes.
6,
Yes.
7,
Yes.
city council.
Yes.
Ward 1. Oh, skip myself. I vote yes.
Yes.
Ward 1.
Yes.
Ward 2 is absent. Ward 3.
Yes.
4.
Yes.
Motion passes 8-0 to add the item.
Did we not have any future agenda items? I'm guessing. Okay. And item in agenda item number 17, to enter an executive session to discuss a labor matter in accordance with 1 MRSA 4056D. Is there a motion?
So, second,
Ward 5.
Yes.
6.
yes.
7.
Yes.
City Council.
Yes.
Yes. Ward 1. Ward 3.
Yes.
Ward